The Liberal Illusion by Louis Veuillot. See here a woman's beauty inspire, love, care by its reflection. So too does modern man admire his liberal perfection. But look beneath! A death skull looms, to mar those looks we cherish. Thus liberalism may seem fair, but dooms all Christendom to perish. About the author. Louis Veuillot, who lived from 1813 to 1883, was one of France's greatest counter-revolutionary writers and thinkers in the 19th century. He began his vocation as an editor and journalist at the age of 17, and eventually became famous for his work with L'Univers, a journal which was known for championing the cause of the Church and which Blessed Pius IX personally favored. Despite the government ban on the publication from 1860 to 1867, it made Veuillot a prominent figure across Europe as he fought against the encroaching tide of temporal power, against the rights of the Church and liberalism in all its forms. Veuillot's complete works encompass 58 volumes, the majority of which have never been translated in English. Biographical foreword. A paladin, and not a mere fighter, says Paul Claudel of Louis Veuillot. He fought, not for the pleasures of fighting, but in defense of a holy cause, that of the holy city and the temple of God. It was in 1838 that Louis Veuillot first dedicated himself to this holy cause. I was at Rome, he wrote as an old man recalling that dedication. At the parting of a road, I met God. He beckoned to me, and I hesitated to follow. He took me by the hand, and I was saved. There was nothing else. No sermons, no miracles, no learned debates. A few recollections of my unlettered father, of my untutored mother, of my brother and little sisters. This was Louis Veuillot's conversion, the beginning of his apostolate, of the pen which has to merit him the title of Lay Father of the Church from Leo XIII, model of them who fight for sacred causes from Pius X, and from Jules Lemaitre the epithet Le Grand Catholique. In the days of the Revolution, the maternal grandmother of Veuillot, Marianne Adam, a hatchet in her hand, had defended the cross of the Church of Boynes and Old Gatigny. I do nothing more, said Veuillot 50 years later. He was born in this same village of Boynes, October 13th, 1813, of poor, uneducated parents. A meager elementary education, little religious training, a schoolmaster who distributed dirty novels to his young charges. Nothing of these early years would seem to point towards his apostolate of the future. He had reached the age of 13 when Providence intervened. 13 years old! Time to earn his bread! But by what work? The ambitious mother wanted him to be a lawyer. From his almost meaningless elementary education, he had two helpful assets: sufficient spelling skill and a better-than-average script. With these recommendations, and with a word from a family friend, Veuillot was accepted as a clerk in the office of a lawyer of Paris, Fortuné de la Vigne, brother of the poet Casimir, then at the height of his literary glory. His first work was simple, the pay only 30 francs a month, but there was opportunity to educate himself by reading, and his human contacts. Later on, in the memoirs of his youth, he gave thanks to heaven for 3 blessings of his life: poverty, love of work, and an incapacity for debauch. His free time was devoted to reading, and reading was learning. Books took the place of sleep, and no other pleasure took the place of books. He thought of the priesthood and wrote a letter to the Archbishop of Paris, Monseigneur de Calais, asking admission to Petit Seminaire. Perhaps this wasn't the proper procedure. Perhaps the letter never reached its address. At any rate, there was no reply. The Church lost a probable priest, but gained a sure lay apostle. The year 1831 is a turning point in his life. 18 years of age, assistant chief clerk in the same office, 100 francs a month salary, Veuillot began to write. Some of his efforts appeared in Le Figaro. Casimir de la Vigne praised certain of his poetic attempts, and he was thus led to decide on a career in journalism. His first work was a humble enough paper, but not without circulation, L'Echo de la Saignée Inférieure. Without any preparation, he says, I became a journalist. He went on to other papers in the provinces, Feuilles d'études, as the Parisians call them, at Rouen, at Périgueux. He formed his hand in this provincial journalism, shaped his mind, and fostered his bent for appraising men and their ideas. His university was the wide school of clash and contact. But if he was writing, almost before he had begun to study, as Sainte-Beuve puts it, his study soon caught up with his trade, and at the age of 25 Veuillot gave sign of possessing that depth of view and breadth of culture, which are almost without exception the fruit of the university mind. Veuillot was the exception, and there was not, as too often there is in the university mind, not even the suspicion of the snob in him. In 1838, the year of his trip to Rome, Veuillot had scarcely anything soundly Christian about him. His conversion was no different than he had described it. But looking back upon it now, after 100 years, may we not see it as a great divine grace for the Catholic France? The apologists of the eldest daughter of the Church were choosing to fence with the enemies of the cross of Christ, whereas the Church needed, as it always does, not a gilt-edged weapon, but a broad sword. The champions of ecclesiastical France were of the school of liberal apologists. Veuillot returned to France, a soldier, a missionary, a zealot, if you will, but of a zeal which resembles that of a Jerome, an Augustine, a Bernard, Bossuet, a de Maistre. His contemporaries reproached him for his violence, but his reply swept the ground away. You need not make no effort to persuade me that others are more refined than I. I tremble that others do not possess enough of what I have too vigorously. I am too ignorant not to be violent, but they lack red blood, hate for a society in which they live, a society where velvet and lace cover up its sins and its corruption. They do not know what is happening in the street. They have never set their feet therein. But I come from it. I was born in it, and more than that, I still live in it. And he added, we are willing enough to have the blasphemers save their souls, but in the meantime, we don't intend to have them imperil the souls of others. The 16th of June, 1839, Louis Veuillot made his first contribution to the Univers. It was just a short article, La Chapelle des Ossuaires, that it was the beginning of an association which was to continue through 45 years to influence thought and action long after his time. On February 2nd, 1840, he became a regular contributor, in 1842, editorial-in-chief. His first editorial declaration and an exposition of his Catholic program. In the midst of factions of every sort, we belong only to the Church and to our country. With justice towards all, submissive to the laws of the Church, we reserve our homage and our love to an authority of genuine worth, an authority which will issue from the present anarchy, and will make evident that it is of God, marching towards the new destinies of France with cross in hand. He thought of his journalism as a métier, to be studied, analyzed, appraised. He knew its deficiencies, but he sensed too its genius. The talent of the journalist, he wrote, is arrow-like swiftness, and above all, clarity. He has only a sheet of white paper, and an hour to explain the issue, defeat the adversary, state his opinion. If he says a word which doesn't move straight to the end, if he pens a phrase which his reader does not understand immediately, he doesn't appreciate his trade. He must hurry, he must be exact, he must be simple. The pen of the journalist has all the privilege of a racy conversation. He must use them, but no ornaments. Above all, no striving after eloquence. His journalism was also a mission, a vocation. He thought about it as he knelt before the Blessed Sacrament, and he determined early that he must place his tasks above parties, above systems. A party, he declared, is a hatred. A system is a barrier. We want nothing to do with either. We are going to take society as the apostles took it. We are neither of Paul nor of Cephas. We are of Jesus Christ. The history of his career bears out the fact that was his invariable program. Journalist, yes, but a crusader and apostle as well. His pen flashed out in defense of the freedom of Christian education. You will permit us to open our schools, or you will open your prisons for us, he wrote from the cloisters of Solomons in a vein that transported Montalembert into enthusiasm. In 1844, he rose to a magnificent defense of the Abbé Comalat, condemned to prison for the crime of les universités, and he in turn, for his hardy defense, was thrown behind the locks of the Conciergerie for 3 months. In 1850, the social question was agitating all of France. Veuillot shed light upon it from on high, and Monsignor Ross of Strasbourg, not many years ago, Albert de Moon, could write of his social philosophy. All of Catholic social action is contained in his words of fire. But his social Catholicism was more than a doctrine. It was his very life. To think that men are my brothers, he used to ponder. There is beautiful Christian counsel in the letter he addressed to his wife, who was just hiring a new servant. Make it easy for her to obey, enforcing yourself to possess the virtue of command, which is a virtue of justice, of meekness, and of patience. And when you find yourself poorly served, try, before you complain, to realize how you yourself serve God. Then surely your reproaches will be milder and will not wound. It would be a grand thing for us, and for all who are in authority over others, if in our relations with our charges we should simply be good Christians, if we should simply rid ourselves of the sentiment of our own importance, which makes us proud, imperious, bitter, and dissatisfied, as soon as people fail to render us what we think they should. And he himself practiced this virtue, meekness without weakness, patience without weariness. Those who were close to him, who were associated with him, could not but love him. Son, brother, husband, father, friend, his affections were diversified and enduring. This was in him, says Fortunat Straussky, la frémissure de la tendresse humaine. He was the champion in France of the declaration of the dogma of papal infallibility. His ardor and enthusiasm brought him into conflict with certain members of the hierarchy. Monseigneur Dupanloup denounced him vigorously, but the wound was assuaged by Pius IX in a special audience, when the venerable pontiff assured him that le cher l'univers had been splendid in his affair, as in every other. After the War of 1870, Veuillot resumed his apostolate for church and country. It was under an unchristian and un-French leadership that France was marching, and Veuillot was indignant. "I, a Christian," he cried out, "a Catholic Christian of France, as old in France as its oaks and venerable as they. I, the son of perspiration, moistening vine and grain, son of a race which has never ceased giving to France tillers of the soil, soldiers and priests, asking nothing in return but work, the Eucharist and the rest in the shadow of the cross. I am made, unmade, governed, ruled, slashed at by vagabonds of minds and morals, men who are neither Christian nor Catholics, and by that very fact who are not French, and who have no love of France. Happy are the dead." His pen trembled as he wrote the words in 1872, but his faith and courage did not falter long, and the last years of his life found him still the ardent champion of sacred causes. For nearly half a century he had been fighting for the Holy City and the Temple. He was worn out by the unceasing combat. His pen moved slowly and finally not at all. His hands could hold only the rosary, which had been his companion of the years. He told its beads constantly, until the end, which came quietly, calmly, April 7th, 1883. "Since then," said M. Barthot a few years ago, "his reputation has not ceased to grow. Rather, we may say of him with his biographer, François Veuillot, he continues to radiate. For Louis Veuillot is a flame of truth and devotion, unquenchable, because kindled by the divine spark of faith and for the love of God and country." Written by Ignatius Kelly, S.T.D., De Salles College, Feast of the Nativity, December 25th, 1938. Preface. The Liberal Illusion by Louis Veuillot is a Catholic classic. This great French polemical journalist of the mid-19th century was very much writing for his own day in 1866, 2 years after the resounding condemnation of liberalism by Pius IX in Quanta Cura and the Syllabus Errorum. Yet, he so went to the heart of the modern world that his mid-19th century condemnation of liberal Catholicism throws a flood of light on the ever-worsening crisis of the Church and the world following on the Second Vatican Council. To understand this crisis in depth, let Catholics wishing to keep the faith read, slowly, The Liberal Illusion in order to grasp, once and for all, that the crisis is primarily due not to Vatican II, but to the centuries-long struggle between, as Veuillot says, revelation and revolution. Vatican II was merely a decisive moment in that struggle, when power within the Church passed from the servants of revelation to the deluded victims of the revolution. so that instead of the former controlling the latter, as in Veuillot's day under Pius IX, the latter oppressed the former, as we have seen since Vatican II. As Archbishop Lefebvre said in the 1970s to the officials of what used to be the Holy Office, who were making life miserable for him, it was he. These are not the Archbishop's own words. Who should have been making life miserable for them? It was exactly the same clash in Veuillot's day, but then the popes were Catholic. In fact, Veuillot's solution to the problem of the modern world was precisely obedience and fidelity to the Pope. He could conceive of the modern world corrupting everything except the Pope. Little did he imagine. Here is one point on which Veuillot is, so to speak, out of date. But there are other magnificent passages in which it is clear that he imagined modern corruption almost completely swamping the truth. Yet he declares that the truth will still prevail. Martyrdom is what Catholics are for, so to speak. That is our situation in the 21st century. 2 cautions. Firstly, let a number of details particular to France and Veuillot's texts not mislead English-speaking readers into thinking that the liberal illusion may have applied to France, but it does not apply to the enlightened countrymen of 1688 or 1776. The liberal illusion nailed by Veuillot is destroying the worldwide Catholic Church. Secondly, let Catholics beware of reading the liberal illusion too fast. This edition is offering readers an overview to provide them with a thread to connect together the 38 chapters. But Veuillot was a journalist, not a philosopher. So his chapters are more like a series of editorials than an organized treatise. That is why the overview in no way does justice to the wealth of ideas that spring up in any one chapter, and why the chapters can well be read one at a time. In fact, if a reader were to finish the liberal illusion and wonder why it is a classic, let him dip in and out, reading only one chapter at a time, and mull it over. Veuillot has grasped the unbelievable yet perfectly logical corruption and depth of modern hearts and minds, a corruption which is washing away the Catholic Church. Let Catholics, traditionalists, even the Society of St. Pius X, beware. None of us is immune, unless we apply Veuillot's remedy, the Catholic faith, the faith, the faith. Lord, I believe. Help thou my unbelief. Written by Richard Williamson, La Reja, Argentina. Feast of St. James the Apostle, July 25th, 2005. Translator's Preface. In selecting for translation Louis Veuillot's L'Illusion Libérale, the translator has been guided by what seems to him a great need of our time, a clear refutation of the fallacious slogans of recently resurgent liberalism. Rousseauan liberalism was the parent error that spawned Marxian socialism, though it was prone at first to disown and repudiate this disreputable offspring. Today, however, we see parent and child united in the close, if temporary, alliance of the Popular Front, in which both lay equally unwarranted claims to the much-coveted name of democracy. Neither of these political ideologies is in harmony with the Catholic faith. But while most American Catholics are fully aware that Marxian socialism has been branded with severe condemnation in the encyclical letters of Leo XIII and Pius XI, Comparatively few of them are aware that in his encyclical Libertas Praetantissimum Naturae Opus, Liberty, the Highest Gift of Nature, of May 20th, 1888, Pope Leo XIII expressly condemned this equally detestable social doctrine known as liberalism. In short, this encyclical of Leo XIII on liberalism placed the seal of papal approval as fully upon the contents of Louis Veuillot's The Liberal Illusion, as did the same pontiff's encyclicals on the condition of labor and Christian democracy, upon the Christian social ethics expounded in Bishop von Kettler's The Labor Question and Christianity. Pope Leo XIII's teaching on the subject of liberalism. That no Catholic may be an adherent of the French revolutionary principles, collectively known as liberalism, is made clear in almost every line of the encyclical Liberty, the Highest Gift of Nature, excerpts from which we quote below. If men discuss the questions of liberty, they only grasp its true meaning, such as we have now delineated it. They would never venture to fasten such a calumny on the Church as to assert that she is the foe of individual and public liberty. But there are many who follow in the footsteps of Lucifer, and adopt as their own his rebellious cry, "I will not serve," and consequently substitute for true liberty what is sheer license. Such, for instance, are the men belonging to that widely spread and powerful organization who, usurping the name of liberty, style themselves liberals. These followers of liberalism deny the existence of any divine authority to which obedience is due, and proclaim that every man is a law unto himself, whence arises the ethical system which they style independent morality, and which, under the guise of liberty, exempts man from any obedience to the commands of God, and substitutes a boundless license. The end of all this is not difficult to foresee. For once granted that man is firmly persuaded of his own supremacy, it follows that the efficient cause of the unity of civil society is to be sought, not in any principle exterior or superior to man, but simply in the free will of individuals, that the power of the state is from the people only, and that, just as every man's individual reason is his only rule of life, so the collective reason of the community should be the supreme guide in the management of all public affairs. Hence the doctrine of the supremacy of the majority, and that the majority is the source of all law and all authority. But a doctrine of this nature is most hurtful both to the individuals and to the state. For once ascribe to human reason the only authority to decide what is true and what is good, and the real distinction between good and evil is destroyed. Honor and dishonor become a matter of private opinion. Pleasure is the measure of what is lawful. And, given a code of morality, which can have little or no power to restrain the unruly propensities of man, a way is then open to universal corruption. To turn to public affairs, authority is severed from the true and natural principle whence it derives all its efficacy for the common good. And the law determining right and wrong is at the mercy of a majority, which leads by the most direct route to downright tyranny. The empire of God over man and civil society once repudiated, it follows that religion, as a public institution, ceases to exist, and with it everything that belongs to religion. There are indeed some adherents of liberalism who do not subscribe to those opinions, which we have seen to be so fearful in their enormity, and tending to produce the most terrible evils. Indeed, many, compelled by the force of truth, do not hesitate to admit that such liberty is vicious and simple license, and therefore they would have liberty ruled and directed by right reason, and consequently subject to the natural law and through the divine eternal law. And here they think they may stop, and hold that no man is bound by any law of God, except such as can be known by natural reasons. In this they are plainly inconsistent. If the human mind be so presumptuous as to define what are God's rights and its own duties, its reverence for the divine law will be apparent rather than real, and its own judgment will prevail over the authority and providence of God. There are others, somewhat more moderate, though not more consistent, who affirm that the morality of individuals is to be guided by the divine law, but not the morality of the state, so that in public affairs the commands of God may be passed over and may be disregarded. Hence the fatal theory of the separation of church and state. Whereas, on the contrary, it is clear that the two powers, though dissimilar in function and unequal in rank, ought nevertheless to live in concord by the harmony of their actions and the fulfillment of their duties. But this maxim is understood in two ways. Many wish the state to be separated from the church wholly and entirely, so that in every right of human society, in institutions, customs, and laws, in the offices of the state, and in the education of youth, they would pay no more regard to the church than if it did not exist, and at most would allow the citizens to attend to their religion in private if they pleased. It is absurd that the citizen should respect the church, but the state despise it. Others do not oppose the existence of the church, yet rob her of the nature and right of a perfect society, and hold that it does not belong to her to legislate, to judge, to punish, but only to exhort, to advise, and to rule her subjects according to their consent. But their opinion would pervert the nature of this divine society, and at the same time they would aggrandize the power of the civil government to such an extent as to subject the Church of God to the empire and the sway of the state. Common to all these shades of liberal thought is the principle of the state's indifference to any form of religion, whether true or false. Pope Leo XIII tells us that this can be justified only on the supposition that the state has no duties towards God, or that such duties, if they exist, may be abandoned with impunity, both of which assertions are manifestly false. For it cannot be doubted that, by the will of God, men are united in civil society. God it is who made man for society. Wherefore, civil society must acknowledge God as its founder and parent, and must believe and worship his power and authority. Justice, therefore, and reason forbid that the state be godless. Since, then, the profession of a religion is necessary in the state, that one must be professed which alone is true, and can be recognized without difficulty, especially in Catholic states, because the marks of truth are, as it were, engraven upon it. This religion, therefore, the rulers of the state must preserve and protect it, that they would provide as they ought, with prudence, for the good of the community. It is clear, then, that no Catholic may positively and unconditionally approve of the policy of separation of church and state. But given a country like the United States, where religious denominations abound and the population is largely non-Catholic, it is clear that the policy of treating all religions alike becomes, all things considered, a practical necessity, the only way of avoiding a deadlock. Under such circumstances, separation of church and state is to be accepted, not indeed as the ideal arrangement, but as a modus vivendi. Hence Pope Leo concludes, "There remain those who, while they do not approve the separation of church and state, think nevertheless that the church ought to adapt herself to the times and to conform to what is desired by the modern system of government. Such an opinion is sound, if it is to be understood of an adaptation that is consistent with truth and justice, in so far, namely, that the Church, in the hope of some great good, may show herself indulgent, and may conform to the times in whatever her sacred office permits. But it is not so in regards to practices and doctrines, which a perversion of morals and false judgment have unlawfully introduced. Religion, truth, and justice must ever be maintained. From what has been said, it follows that it is in no way lawful to demand, to defend, or to grant unconditional freedom of thought, of speech, of writing, or of religion, as if there were so many rights which nature had given to man. For if nature had really given them, it would be lawful to refuse obedience to God, and there would be no restraint to human liberty. It likewise follows that freedom in these things may be tolerated when there is just cause, but only with such moderation as will prevent its degenerating into license and excess. And where such liberties are in use, men should use them in doing good, and should regard them as the Church does. Again, it is not of itself wrong to prefer a democratic form of government, if only the Catholic doctrine be maintained as to the origin and the use of power. Of the various forms of government, the Church does not reject any that are suited to the welfare of their subjects, and the Church approves of everyone giving his services for the common good, and of doing all that he can for the defense and preservation and prosperity of his country. History of Liberalism. Such, then, is the satanic and antisocial error of liberalism. Satanic, because it refuses to bend the knee before divine truth and divine authority. Antisocial, because it is a doctrine of selfish individualism, which gives free rein to greed and egoism at the expense of the common good. What were its historical beginnings? Its roots lie deep in the paganizing humanism of the 15th century. As Greek men of letters, refugees from Turk-ridden Constantinople, diffused knowledge of the Greek classics in Europe, and as the first excavations brought to light masterpieces of Roman sculpture and architecture, men began to conceive an intense admiration for the pagan cultures of Greece and Rome, and to question the spiritual values of Christian culture. In the sequel, the desire to have unhampered liberty, and to model life on the licentious lines of Grecian paganism, became increasingly general. Men lost sight of the fact that Christian culture had added to pagan beauty of form and color the superior beauty of idea. They likewise failed to appreciate that in imposing morality, the Church was consulting their own best interests, and was only forbidding what tended to corrupt human nature, not what tended to perfect it either spiritually or physically. Swinburne, in his Rape of Proserpine, has eloquently voiced the passionate protest of pagan and neo-pagan against their common killjoy, Christian morality. Will thou yet take all, Galilean? But these thou shalt not take, the laurel, the palm, and the paean, the breasts of the nymphs in the brake, and all the wings of the love, and all the joy before death. Thou hast conquered, O pale Galilean. The world has grown grey with thy breath. In the next century we have the yet more emancipating ethics of Martin Luther, who lived from 1483 to 1546, who found room in his synthesis of current errors for the complete freedom of morals demanded by the paganizing humanists. Man's willpower, he claimed, had been so ruined by original sin that it was useless to struggle against temptation. Be a sinner and sin boldly, he urges in a letter he wrote in 1521. But believe yet more staunchly and rejoice in Christ. Like the neo-pagans of humanism, the Christian, too, might henceforth enjoy full liberty of action. Beyond faith, he had no other duties. He might indulge to his fill in sin, if only he retained an unwavering faith that God, in view of the merits of Christ, would not take account of his wicked deeds. He need have no fear on that score as to his salvation. No wonder that Luther, in his treatise on Christian liberty, exclaims, "The Christian is the freest lord of all things, subject to no one." Calvin, who lived from 1509 to 1564, appropriated Luther's principle of the impossibility of meriting salvation by virtuous conduct, and so Christian liberty came to Geneva, whence it traveled to Scotland and the newly reformed England. Here it received a still more progressive mouthpiece in the person of that forerunner of Rousseau and Smith, Thomas Hobbes, who lived from 1588 to 1679. He gave mankind this conception of liberty: the right of nature is the liberty each man hath to use his own power, as he will himself, for the preservation of his own nature, that is to say, of his own life, and consequently of doing anything which is in his own judgment and reason he shall conceive to be the aptest means thereunto. By liberty is understood, according to the proper signification of the word, the absence of external impediments, which impediments may oft take away part of man's power to do what he would. From Geneva, too, came the real father of political liberalism, Calvinist Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who lived from 1712 to 1778. In his famous Du Contrat Social, on the social contract, this man developed Hobbes' fantasy that civil society had its origin in a pact. He began his book with the much-quoted sentence, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains." In the next chapter he adds, "This common liberty is a consequence of man's nature. His first law is to attend to his own preservation. His first cares are those which he owes to himself. And as soon as he comes to the years of discretion, being sole judge of the means adapted for his own preservation, he becomes his own master. Since no man has any natural authority over his fellow men, and since force is not the source of right, contracts remain as the basis of all lawful authority among men. But in order that such a contractual form of association may be legitimate, he argues, the problem will be to find a form of association which may defend and protect with the whole force of the community the person and property of every associate, and by means of which each coalescing with all may nevertheless obey only himself and remain as free as before. This problem finds its solution in that which, according to Rousseau, is the basis of all civil societies, or states, namely the social contract between free and equal individuals in which, each giving himself to all, gives himself to nobody. And as there is not one associate over whom we do not acquire the same rights which we concede to him over ourselves, we gain the equivalent of all that we lose, and more power to preserve what we have. The essence of the social contract is, each of us puts in common his person and his whole power under the supreme direction of the general will, and in return we receive every member as an indivisible part of the whole. But what happens when the will of an individual is not the same of the general will, when it fails to coincide with the majority vote? If a law is passed against his will, how can a man be said to be obeying his own sweet will in obeying that law? How can individual liberty have its way when it is overridden by the authority of the general will? How is perfect individualism compatible with a functioning society? Rousseau undertakes to solve this difficulty. Indeed, he admits, every individual may, as a man, have a particular will contrary to or divergent from the general will which he has as a citizen. In order, then, that the social pact may not be an empty formula, it tacitly includes this agreement, which alone can give force to the others, that whosoever refuses to obey the general will shall be compelled to do so by the whole body, which means nothing else than that he shall be forced to be free. Forced to be free is a sorry jest. The bald fact is that here the general will ceases to be an individual liberty and becomes coercive authority. Now, if the general will of the people is to replace God's authority as the last court of appeal, it follows that it must be as infallibly right as is the will of God in the authoritarian conception of society. This Rousseau frankly admits. It follows, says he, that the general will is always right, and always tends to the public advantage. Yet, it is so obvious that majorities and even totalities of voters are not always right. It is so clear that mob rule seldom fails to be wrong, that Rousseau is forced to resort to a second piece of sophistry in order to save the situation. He distinguishes between the abstract general will and the concrete will of all. The former, he says, is always right and necessarily points to the public good as a compass needle always points to the magnetic pole. The fact that the concrete will of all fails to do this is because, owing to collusions and caucuses among the voters, there is not enough individualism in the social body, and so not enough difference of opinion. Any form of association or coherence among the voters tend to impede the faithful expression of the general will, because the differences become less numerous and yield a less general result. This, of course, is the rankest kind of nonsense, for all a generalization is based not upon the differences in a given group of individuals, but upon their similarities or agreements. Nevertheless, this ridiculous idea leads him to the disastrous conclusion. It is important, then, in order to have a clear declaration of the general will, that there should be no partial association in the state, and that every citizen should express only his own opinion. The principle was soon to be reduced to practice by the French Revolution. one of the first acts of which was the decree of Chapelier, dissolving workmen's guilds, so that the laborer might express only his own opinion. It led to the disruption of all partial associations within the state. It portended that tragic achievement of liberalistic misrule, the dissolution of the occupational groups, the guilds, and even of the domestic group, the family. In conformity with this pulverizing policy, liberalism has spared no effort to break down all organization within the body politic, to extirpate all social organs, and to reduce the social organism to a disaggregated chaos of helpless human monads destitute of all coherence among themselves, like so many birds shot in a cartridge. As though from this incoherent mass of divided individuals, anything like a coherent voice or intelligent vote on anything could ever arise. To the accusing socialists, we may turn over the prosecutor's task of indicting the aristocratic liberal for the fearful social havoc he has wrought in all modern states, by putting into practice this heartless pagan individualism in the Contrat Social. Published in 1762, that little book was destined to become the Bible of the French revolutionaries of 1789. Mirabeau, Rollin, Robespierre, Saint-Just, Babeuf, and the rest hearkened to it with reverential awe. For all of them, it was the inspired writing of mankind's greatest sage, or, as Thomas Carlyle puts it, the fifth gospel, the gospel according to Jean-Jacques. And all of them it awakened, according to Auguste Comte, an enthusiasm greater than the Bible or the Koran ever succeeded in winning. The declamatory revolutionary confession, entitled La Déclaration de droits de hommes et du citoyen, and voted in August of 1789, simply formulates the revolution's three basic dogmas: the sovereignty of the people, liberty, equality, in texts taken verbatim from the Contrat Social. Little wonder that Napoleon was led to declare, "But for Rousseau, there would have been no revolution." However, the Contrat Social might have never become the Bible of the Revolution, had it not been first the Bible of Freemasonry. Had not the lodges popularized its revolutionary gospel of liberty, fraternity, equality throughout the length and breadth of France? Masonry, so the Masonic historian Mackey tells us, was imported into France from England towards the beginning of the 18th century. Soon after, i.e. on April 27, 1738, French Catholics were warned of the danger threatening them by the bull In Eminenti of Clement XII, condemning Masonry. The warning went unheeded, for nothing was done to obstruct the progress of this conspiracy to overthrow church and state in Catholic France. Far from meeting with opposition, the conspirators found the ground well prepared for their evil work. France's prosperity had been ruined by the militarism of Louis XIV, who lived from 1643 to 1715, which had saddled the people with an enormous public debt, and by his absolutism, which had broken down the very structure of government itself. In the throes of the depression that ensued during the reigns of Louis XV and Louis XVI, the people became more and more embittered against the king. Hence, they were only too ready to believe the calumnies that the first Grand Master of the Grand Orient circulated about his royal cousin and the Queen Marie Antoinette. The resulting popular indignation tipped the scales in favor of revolution as against peaceful reform. The upshot was the reign of terror. thanks in large measure to Masonry. The revolution was brought about in France and on the continent. A new social order was set up, in which the state was secularized and religion banished from education and from public life. So much for the political liberalism of Rousseau. We have now to consider economic liberalism, the system of physiocrats, of Adam Smith and Ricardo, who saw in Rousseau's principle of unhampered liberty a cure-all for mankind's economic ills. Economic liberalism. This system originated with a sect of Rousseau's disciples known as economists or physiocrats. François Quesnay, who lived from 1694 to 1774, and Jean-C-Envie de Gournay, who lived from 1712 to 1759, were co-founders of said sect. About 1750, Quesnay, who was physician in ordinary to Louis XV, became acquainted with de Gournay, and around the two the sect of physiocrats was formed. The Marquis de Mirabeau, who lived from 1749 to 1791, is the only member of this group whom we know to have been in personal correspondence with Rousseau, for there is extant a letter of the latter addressed to the Marquis under date of July 26, 1767. Another important member of the sect was Baron A.R.J. Turgot, who lived from 1727 to 1781, disciple of Quesnay and late Minister of Finance in France. The system of the physiocrats, which is set forth in Quesnay's Tableau économique, economic situation, is an agricultural system of economy, which holds the produce of the land to be the sole source of the revenue and wealth of every country. What is distinctly Rousseauan about it is Quesnay's contention that under a regime of perfect liberty, with no restraints imposed, there will be a natural distribution of wealth, conducive to the highest prosperity. De Gournay, too, held that the prosperity of the state would necessarily result from free and unrestricted competition among the citizens. He expressed this view in his famous saying, Laissez-faire, laissez-passer, le monde va dire lui-même. Let things alone, let things pass, the world goes on of itself. Turgot, laying less stress on agriculture, advocated perfect freedom of commerce and industry as the best means of augmenting public and private wealth. It was his system, known as le libéralisme économique, which alone won the unqualified approval of Adam Smith, who lived from 1723 to 1790. But outside of France proper, it was Adam Smith himself who came to be hailed as the founder of economic liberalism. When Adam Smith visited the continent in 1764 through 1766, he formed the acquaintance of Quesnay and of several other physiocrats, such as Turgot and Mirabeau, but by de Gournay, of course, was already dead. Rousseau was still alive, but he was not among the liberalistic doctrinaires whom Smith met at Paris. However, Smith's friend, David Hume, knew Rousseau and sheltered him in his own home when the author of the Social Contrat came as a refugee to England. In 1784, Adam Smith published his famous work on political economy, The Wealth of Nations. In this work, he formulated the basic principle of economic liberalism in these memorable words. All systems of either preference or restraint, therefore, being thus completely taken away, the obvious and simple system of natural liberty establishes itself of its own accord. Every man, as long as he does not violate the laws of justice, is left perfectly free to pursue his own interest his own way, and to bring both his industry and capital into competition with those of any other man or order of men. The sovereign is completely discharged from the duty of superintending the industry of private people, and of directing it towards the employments most suitable in the interest of society. That is the system of natural liberty, which has unchained all greed to prey upon all weakness. This is that system of equal opportunity, which has produced an increasingly wealthy group of millionaires, an increasingly impoverished multitude of expropriated workers. This is that system of rugged individualism that has made human life a war of all against all, a pitiless Darwinian struggle for existence, in which the fit ruthlessly exterminate the unfit. Nor will the chronic social sickness it has brought upon all modern nations ever be cured until the last cantankerous vestige of liberalism has been eliminated from human society. With his natural liberty and removal of all restraints, Adam Smith gave the freest possible play to enlightened selfishness, and by substituting for the just price of medieval days a price settled by competition, he paved the way for the cruel exploitation of human labor that has characterized our times. Reduced to practice, it enhanced the inhuman horrors of the Industrial Revolution, revolting the Christian soul of the author of Unto This Last. And John Ruskin did no injustice to Adam Smith in pillaring him as the half-bred and half-witted Scotsman who taught the deliberate blasphemy, "Thou shalt hate the Lord thy God, damn his laws, and covet thy neighbor's goods." However, it is not to the devilish individualism of Smith, but to the even more fiendish individualism of his disciple, David Ricardo, that we owe the iron law of wages. This outrage on humanity that strangles all pity for the exploited, that degrades human labor to the level of a subhuman thing, that makes of it a marketable commodity subject, like other commodities, to the law of supply and demand, is found in Chapter 5 of Ricardo's Principles of Political Economy and Taxation. Labor, like all other things that are bought and sold, and whose quantity may increase or diminish, has its natural price and its current price. The natural price of labor is that which is indispensable to the workmen, generally for their subsistence, and for the perpetuation of the species. The current price is the price really paid, as the natural effect of the relation between demand and supply, labor being dear when there are few workmen, and cheaper when there are many. It was the Ricardian law of wages that led straight to the class war, that tipped with flame the pen of Marx, that made La Salle a tribune of the disinherited. Religious liberalism. Here, as is so often the case, the religious question underlies all others, for the plague of political and economic liberalism was born of the godless, soulless, anti-Christian liberalism, which has legislated morals and religion out of public life, and relegated them to the privacy of the individual human conscience. Religious liberalism is the term used to designate that manifold doctrine which, in greater or lesser measure, emancipates man from God, God's law, and God's revelation, whose practical upshot is the divorce of the eternal from the temporal, the separation of church and state. Religious liberalism has three principal forms. 1. Absolute religious liberalism, that emancipates human society from religion by subordinating the Church to the state, which it regards as the one supreme power and the sole source of human rights. 2. Moderate religious liberalism, whose formula is the Church free in a free state. This emancipates human society by isolating rather than absorbing or suppressing the Church. 3. Catholic liberalism. Neither really Catholic nor really liberal, which seeks to reconcile the irreconcilable, religion with irreligion, the supremacy of God with the supremacy of the state. Rousseau's religious liberalism was of the first or absolute type. He aimed at substituting the state for the Church by imposing a civil religion, which would make each citizen love his duties. Outside of this, the state has no interest whatever in religion. Accordingly, Rousseau preferred the pagan to the Christian form of worship, seeing that Christianity, far from attaching the hearts of the citizens to the state, detaches them from it, as it does from other earthly things. I know of nothing more contrary to the social spirit. According to Christ, religion's main function is to procure man eternal happiness in the next world, not temporal success in this. For what doth it profit a man if he gains the whole world and suffer the loss of his own soul? Matthew 16:26. According to Rousseau, religion's main function is to induce men to confine themselves exclusively to material goals, to reinforce with conscientious motives an idolatrous performance of their civic duties. In other words, the Church is to be subordinated to the state, and its existence will be tolerated in so far as it subserves the temporal prosperity of the state. Absolute religious liberalism is, in fact, the very foundation stone of Rousseau's entire political philosophy. As Penty rightly remarks, Rousseau's ideas on civil religion do not appear until the last chapter, but they provide the key to his whole position. In order to understand Rousseau, it is necessary to read him backwards. It was his absolute religious liberalism, involving complete subjection of the Church to the state, that inspired the French revolutionaries to enact their notorious civil constitution of the clergy, which they proceeded brutally to enforce by means of bloody persecution, by means of mass executions of priests and religious. That truly despotic liberalism provoked a natural reaction. Liberals had to cast about for something not so extreme, for a more liberal kind of liberalism that would not utterly belie its name. They hit on moderate liberalism, which, relinquishing the power of subordinating church to state, is content to separate the twain. The church free in a free state. The liberal Catholic finds this revised formula most admirable, for to him it expresses the ideal relation between church and state. What, he asks, has religion to do with politics? They have different fields, different ends, and different means. Keep them apart, then, and do not mix them up. Give Caesar his due as well as God. Did not Christ distinguish his church from the state when he distinguished the things of Caesar and the things of God? That he did make this distinction is very true, but it is also very irrelevant. In the first place, it is not of distinction, but of separation, that the Masonic liberals speak. The words are not synonymous. A man's spiritual soul is not the same as his material body, and so it is wise for him to distinguish his soul from his body. But it would be extremely unwise, nay, absolutely suicidal, for him to separate his soul from his body. In the second place, in Matthew 22:21 and Mark 12:17, Christ makes no distinction of persons, as if one class of persons, private individuals, were subject to God, while another class of persons, public officials, were independent of the supreme ruler. He does make, however, a distinction of things, in the sense that one class of things, spiritual means such as prayer, the virtues, the sacraments, subserve man's eternal life, and are therefore called the things that are God's, while another class of things, material means such as houses, food, clothes, tools, subserve man's temporal life, and are therefore called the things that are Caesar's. Caesar being symbolic of the state, whose duty it is to help men fulfill their temporal destiny. For man, compounded of spiritual soul and material body, lives a twofold life, the one, his temporal life, which begins in the womb and ends in the womb, the other, his eternal life, which, commencing in time, shall never know an ending. Each of these lives has its own purpose and its own set of means. Nevertheless, the temporal welfare man seeks as his earthly destiny is not an absolutely ultimate end. It is by its very nature subordinate to his eternal destiny, which is to serve God, to save his immortal soul, and so enter into the happiness of contemplating infinite goodness and beauty forever. It is the Church's function to help man on to this eternal destiny. It is the state's function to help him to attain the measure of temporal prosperity, without which right living becomes a moral impossibility. These are different functions, unquestionably, but from their difference, it by no means follows that the ideal relation between church and state is one of estrangement, that the two should have like persons who have quarreled and are no longer on speaking terms with each other. Finally, common sense will inevitably raise the questions: did or did not God create Caesar? And if God did create Caesar, how can Caesar be independent of God? If the same God is author of the state and founder of the church, then how can it be his will that his state should refuse to cooperate with his church? Holy, 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 Lord God of hosts, all the earth is full of thy glory. The loftiness of men shall be bowed down, and the haughtiness of men shall be brought low, and the Lord alone shall be exalted. The highest civil official rules only with power derived from God and must govern in strict conformity with the divine commands. God is no respecter of persons. The pomp of presidents, emperors, and dictators is so much dust in his sight. That is what he plainly tells us on nearly every page of Holy Writ. Hear, therefore, ye kings, and understand. Learn, ye that are judges of the ends of the earth. Give ear, you that rule the people, and that please yourselves in multitude of nations. For power is given by the Lord, and strength by the Most High, who will examine your works, and search out your thoughts. Because being ministers of his kingdom, you have not judged rightly, nor kept the law of justice, nor walked according to the will of God. Horribly and speedily will he appear to you, for a most severe judgment shall be for them that bear rule. For to him that is little, mercy is granted, but the mighty shall be mightily tormented. For God will not accept any man's person, neither will he stand in awe of any man's greatness. For he made the little and the great, and he hath equally care of all, but a greater punishment is ready for the mighty. To you, therefore, O kings, are these my words, that you may learn wisdom and not fall from it. Wisdom 6:2-10. One concluding remark. it may be objected that what Veuillot has written holds true of European liberalism, but not of liberalism as the term is understood in America. By the time the reader has finished reading the liberal allusion, he will know that this is not so. Meanwhile, suffice it to note that liberalism's cardinal principle, the secularization of society, has in the United States nearly 2 million staunch upholders in the active memberships of the Masonic lodges alone, and that Christianity, expurgated of Christ, is everywhere the so-called true religion of Masonry. Liberal Catholics, too, we shall always have with us, for they are, unfortunately, a universal phenomenon. A friend of the writer calls them flesh-potters, defining them as those who, born within the embattled sanctuary of the Church, lean longingly from her sacred merlons, as far as mortal hazard may, to gaze with avid eyes upon the reeking fleshpots of unorthodoxy. Your liberal Catholic invariably has good friends among the Masons, and papal pronouncements to the contrary notwithstanding, can vouch for them individually and collectively as being above reproach. He has never heard of Leo XIII's encyclical Humanum Genus on the sect of the Masons, and would probably deprecate it if he had. But Grand Commander Albert Pike, pundit of American Masonry, not only heard of it, he read it, and penned in reply a bitter attack upon the papacy. However, even genuine Catholics are apt to think of the American liberal as not being secularistic and godless like his European brother. If such be the case, the religious views voiced by a former famous president of Harvard University, Dr. Charles Eliot, will suffice to disillusion them, expounding his project of a new civic religion, which, to tell the truth, is as old as Rousseau. Not to speak of pagan antiquity, he says, "The new religion will not attempt to reconcile people to present ills by the promise of a future compensation. I believe the advent of just freedom has been delayed for centuries by such promises. Prevention will be the watchword of the new religion. It cannot supply consolation as offered by old religions, but it will reduce the need of consolation." Now, the atheistic communist is not at all averse to such a statement of the case. He says to the secularistic liberals, "You are quite right in disregarding God and the hereafter as outworn superstitions. There is no heaven for man beyond the grave. Hence, it behooves all of us to get whatever enjoyment we can from our present existence. All of us, I say. Therefore, it is high time that this earthly heaven of ours should cease to be monopolized by a few coupon-holding capitalists, and become instead the property of the workers, who are far more entitled than wealthy idlers to happiness here below, and who cannot look forward to compensation for present privations in a future life." To this, the liberal may reply with tear gas or with machine guns, but he can make no logical rejoinder. Atheistic communism is annihilated by the Christian doctrines of creation, of original and actual sin, of judgment and the resurrection of the dead, but to all attacks leveled at it from the premise of godless and soulless liberalism, it is absolutely invulnerable. Chapter 1. Meet a Liberal Catholic. I recently heard a liberal Catholic giving many reasons why the Church should be updated. He said the Church bureaucracy in Rome is not enlightened. The Church must move with the times, stop being intolerant, give up her principles, and abandon her union with the state. Smacks of heresy. It was a few days ago that for the first time I really understood the truth and the sagacity of that old expression, as I sat listening to a man going on at length, and the most upstanding man one can imagine, devout, full of good works, scholarly, ardent, overflowing with good intentions, full of beautiful illusions, full of himself as well, unfortunately, and soon to prove himself quite insincere. He told us that he was a liberal Catholic. One of us asked him what a liberal Catholic is, as opposed to a Catholic pure and simple, namely one who believes and practices what the Church teaches. He answered, or rather, he gave us to understand, that a Catholic pure and simple, one who believes and practices what the Church teaches, is a Catholic who is not very enlightened. To which someone objected that the Catholic Church could not then be very enlightened in his Catholic opinion. He did not want to put it quite like that, but it was clear that he thought so. Moreover, he began confusing the Church with the Roman Curia, or making shifty distinctions between the two. He brought the Roman Curia adroitly into the discussion more than once to get himself off the hook, referring to recently published briefs, Latin letters, and encyclicals, but it was all a bit hazy. When pressed to find a better adjective than not very enlightened, he set off on a digression about human liberty, about the changes the world has seen, about periods of transition, about the abuse and uselessness of constraint, about the need never again to use force in the advancement of the truth. He stressed the danger of having privileges and how fitting it is to give them up. And all this verbiage, we could pick out shreds of different revolutionary doctrines that had been fighting each other, or rather, shoving each other about since 1830. The core of it was clearly Lamennais. Translator's note. Félicité Robert de Lamennais, who lived from 1782 to 1854, was a Catholic priest who believed that the only way to ensure liberty of religion in France was by the separation of church and state, and that universal liberty alone could save mankind and the church. Gregory XVI in Morare Vos, 1832, condemned Lamennais' doctrines of freedom of the press, liberty of conscience, revolt against princes, and the need for a regeneration of Catholicism, as published in his journal L'Avenir, or The Future. His submission was superficial and short-lived. In 1834 he published the book Words of a Believer, Paroles d'un Croyant, openly attacking the civil and religious order, a book condemned in Singulari Nos as small in size but immense in perversity. He ceased religious practice and was to refuse last rites and a religious burial. End translator's note. And there were even traces of Proudhon. Translator's note. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, who lived from 1809 to 1865, was a French anarchist who advocated the peaceful overthrow of governments in order to reorganize human society on a communalistic basis, and without any form of authority. He wrote, "What is property? Property is theft," and elsewhere, "Anarchy is order." He was convinced that goodwill would emerge quite naturally among men once all social constructs had been abolished. He wished to eliminate religion because it establishes God as a source of authority and preaches meekness and submission, enslaving man and depriving him of his natural dignity. End translator's note. But what struck us most was the insistence with which our liberal Catholic labeled us intolerant. We stopped him for an explanation. Forgetting the Roman Curia this time, he admitted that what he really held against the Church was her intolerance. She has always hindered the human spirit, he said, and based on this principle of intolerance, she has built up an even more troublesome worldly power. This power has enslaved the world and the Church herself. Catholic governments have taken it upon themselves to impose the faith, resulting in acts of violence that have revolted the conscience of mankind and plunged it into unbelief. The Church is perishing because of the illegitimate prerogatives she has claimed for herself. The time has come for her to change her principles, and our children must awaken her to the timeliness of such a change. She must renounce all power of coercion over man's conscience, and she must deny governments this power. Church and state must no longer be allies. The Church should have nothing to do with governments, and governments should have nothing to do with religions. Governments should mind their own business. A private citizen should profess the religion he pleases, the one that suits him best. Inasmuch as he is a member of the state, he has no obligation toward any particular religion. The state should give recognition to every religion, provide all of them with equal protection, and guarantee them all the same liberty. That is the rule of tolerance, and it behooves us to proclaim it good, excellent, beneficial, to maintain it at any price, to extend it without cease. One might say it comes from God. God himself established the rule of tolerance when he created man as a free being. He practices it in making his sun to shine on the good and the wicked. As for those days who disregard the truth, God will have his judgment day, on which no man has the right to anticipate. Every church, free in a free state, should welcome its own converts, guide its own faithful, excommunicate those who rebel against it. The state should take no account of these things, should excommunicate no one at all, and should never be excommunicated. The law of the land will recognize no ecclesiastical immunity, no religious prohibitions, no religious obligations. The church building will pay the normal taxes on its windows and doors. The theology student will do his military service. The bishop will be called up for jury duty and the military draft. The priest will marry if he likes, divorces if he likes, marry again if he likes. On the other hand, churches will not be hindered or constrained in their activities any more than they will receive special immunities. Each religion will preach, publish, hold processions, ring its bells, pronounce anathemas, bury the dead according to its whim. And the ministers of religion will be no less citizens for being religious ministers. As far as the state is concerned, nothing keeps a bishop from commanding a regiment, tending a store, engaging in business, and nothing keeps the church, or a council, or the pope from dismissing him from his bishopric. The state is concerned with public order, and that is all. Chapter 2. Updating the Church. This liberal Catholic claimed he was a faithful child of the Church, but he said that since mankind had come of age, everything in the Church must be brought in line with the spirit of our age, the spirit of modern man. Triumphant liberty will crush anyone who attempts to resist it, so the Church had better welcome it with open arms. Our liberal Catholic got quite worked up as he laid out these wonders. He proclaimed that no one could possibly object, since he was merely giving expression to reason and faith and the spirit of the age. As for the spirit of the age, nobody argued with him. When he evoked faith and reason, we never tired of presenting our objections. But he shrugged his shoulders and always managed to have the last word. I must say that sweeping assertions and the most outrageous contradictions didn't seem to faze him. Imperturbable, he proclaimed that he was a Catholic, a child of Holy Mother Church, and a faithful child at that. But that he was also a man of his time, member of an adult humanity that had come of age and was ready to govern itself. When presented with historical arguments, he responded that mankind come of age was a new world, in which proofs from history no longer apply, which didn't stop him from using historical arguments of his own when the occasion arose. When presented with citations from the fathers of the Church, sometimes he would produce quotes of his own. Sometimes he said that the fathers spoke for their time and we must speak for ours. In the face of scriptural texts, he used the same tactic. Either he reinterpreted any text which seemed to contradict his own theories, or he came up with some commentary to give our text a more favorable spin, as a last resort. He objected that such a thing was all very well for the Jews and their particular little Jewish state. He would not let himself be bothered by dogmatic bulls from the Roman Curia, either. The bull Unum Sanctam, translator's note. Unum Sanctam is the bull on papal supremacy and on the necessity of belonging to the Church in order to be saved, published in 1302 by Pope Boniface VIII. It establishes the divine origins of authority, and so emphasizes the primacy of the spiritual order over the secular. It develops the medieval image of the two swords representing the spiritual and secular powers. The spiritual sword is wielded by the clergy, while the secular sword is at the service of the spiritual and under its direction, and all things subject to the judgment of the Church. End translator's note. By Boniface VIII only made him smile. He claimed it had since been annulled or revised. We told him that the popes had inserted it into canon law, and there it is to this day. He responded, "That's awfully old, and the world has completely changed." He also considered to be old the bull in China Domini and those that followed. Translator's note. Traditionally published by the Pope on Holy Thursday, the feast of the Lord's Supper. The bull in China Domini is a list of those guilty of heresy or of a variety of criminal acts or acts of flagrant impiety, along with the censures incurred. Urban VIII, in 1644, definitively established the form of this bull, but the first of its kind dates from the 14th century. Each bull remains in effect until another officially replaces it. End translator's note. Those are disciplinary formulas meant for their time, he said, and they no longer have any purpose today. The French Revolution buried those rules along with the world they kept in chains. All constraint is abolished. Man today is capable of liberty, and will have no other law. This regime, he continued in his prophetic tone, which unsettles the timid of hearts like yourselves, is nonetheless the one to save the Church, and indeed the only one. Moreover, the human race is rising up to impose it on all of us, and you will have no choice but to submit. In fact, it has already been imposed. Just see if there is anyone who can place the smallest obstacle in the path of this triumphant force. If anyone even wants to. If anyone except you even imagines doing such a thing. You intolerant Catholics are more absolutist than God the Father, who created man for liberty. You are more Christian than God the Son, who only wish to establish the new law of the gospel by liberty. You are even more Catholic than the Pope, because by his approval the Pope himself consecrates these modern constitutions, which are all of them inspired and filled with the spirit of liberty. I tell you that the Pope, the Vicar of Jesus Christ, approves these constitutions, because he gives you permission to bind yourself to them by oath, to obey and defend them. But they contain religious liberty. They contain the atheistic state. The world must follow this rote. You will, too, mark my words. So why wear yourself out fighting it? Resistance is useless. Your reluctance to let go of the past isn't only madness, it is tragic. It makes people hate the Church, and it hinders us in our work. Us liberals, your saviors, because it makes people doubt our sincerity. Rather than drawing certain and terrible defeat upon yourselves, hasten toward liberty. Hail her, welcome her, love her. She will be a good and faithful friend for you, and will bring you more than you could ever call back from the past. The faith hobbles beneath the yoke of a protective authority. She will stand up tall if she is forced to defend herself, and an impassioned struggle will breathe new life into her. What will the Church not undertake once she is given free rein to undertake everything? How will she melt the hearts of nations once they see her abandoned by the powerful of this world and living only by her own ingenuity and virtue? Amidst the confusion of doctrines and the explosion of immorality, she alone will shine forth as embodying purity and goodness. She will be the final refuge and unassailable rampart of morality, of the family, of religion, indeed, of liberty itself. Chapter 3. The Attraction of Air. Unfortunately, as I listened to this liberal Catholic, I realized that however much his promotion of liberty within the Church might defy common sense, still it would have a strong appeal to our corrupt age, which is blind to original sin, and to the need for authority to defend truth. Such blindness is a punishment from God. Everything has a limit, so our speaker eventually ran out of breath. Since, quite frankly, we found him interesting, if not by the novelty of his doctrines, at least by his candor in exposing them, we had let him go on without interrupting him. Having exhausted his lung capacity, he interrupted himself. Someone took advantage of the pause to show him that his platitudes were meaningless, his reasoning incoherent, and his hopes quite without substance. He listened with the expression of someone who isn't so much considering what is being said, as he is searching for a way to refute it. I must admit that I didn't find his adversary very reassuring, although he was certainly firm and full of common sense. Of course, what he said was excellent, even irrefutable, and there was not one of us present who did not agree with him. I did myself wholeheartedly, but in my mind I was broadening the issue. I was thinking of a different public, and as I did so, I felt with a pang how essentially powerless his reasoning really was. In such matters, the multitude must decide, and when it decides, only its feelings count. Reason is a weight that it cannot bear. The multitude follows its passions and loves destruction. It applauds whenever it senses that there is something being torn to the ground. And what a triumph if it were the Church being torn down! That is how to explain the success of heresies, which are all absurd, and were fought with unassailable reasoning, yet which all triumph over reason for a certain time, in nearly every case, for quite a long time. Weakened by sin, humanity has a natural tendency toward error, and the slope of error leads down into death, or rather error is itself that death. This fact alone, which is obvious the world over, proves that authority is under an obligation both to profess the truth and to defend it, using the power that society places in its hands. Society can only survive on that condition. It has never even tried to survive otherwise. No pagan sage ever dreamed up an ideal head of state without also making him the armed and determined defender of truth and justice. Jethro gave Moses the following advice: "Choose firm and courageous men from among the people, God-fearing men who love the truth and who are the enemies of greed, and give them charge, some over 1,000 men, some over 100. And Cicero, at the other end of the ancient world, wrote, "A state cannot exist, any more than can a household, unless the good are rewarded and the evil punished." This duty to uphold justice, and consequently to profess the truth, is of the very essence of government, independently of all constitutions and political structures. God threatened his rebellious people, saying, "I will give you a king in my fury, and in my fury will I take him from you." All Holy Scripture is full of this wisdom. But what can divine and human reason do when ignorance reigns? From the depths of the multitude comes up a strange fog, which darkens even the best of minds. And the wise men are legion, who will only see clearly by the light of everything going up in flames. When one studies this phenomenon, it appears so strange and so terrible that one cannot help recognizing the hand of God at work. It is the wrath of God bursting forth. It bursts forth, it triumphs, and it is punishing whoever persists in scorning the truth. Chapter 4. Liberal Catholics are not Catholic. However, as this liberal Catholic persisted in his arguments, or illusions, so his very openness enabled me to see the folly of liberal Catholicism for what it really is. Neither truly Catholic nor truly liberal, but merely another breakaway from the Church, in other words, a sect. By now the liberal had gotten his second wind. As soon as he had his breath back, he took up his discourse anew, and we could see very well that nothing he had just heard had had the least effect on him. That is, if he even heard it. He added a lot more to what he had already said in a great profusion, nothing new. The result was a denser miscellany of historical arguments against history, biblical arguments against the Bible, patristic arguments against history, the Bible, the Church Fathers, and common sense. He gave proof of the same disdain, I should say the same aversion, for the bulls of the sovereign pontiffs, and lost himself in the same pomposities and prognostications. He again put forward a new world, a mankind set free, a sleeping church on the point of waking up to rejuvenate her creeds, the past dead and gone, the future shining bright. Liberty, love, democracy, and humanity were all mixed up in there like the rhinestones modern ladies use to adorn their wigs. None of it seemed any clearer or any truer than the first time around. He realized as much, and told us that we were separating ourselves from the world and from the living church, which would in their turn leave us behind. He practically cursed us, and finally he left us aghast at the spectacle of such folly. Each of us expressed his distress, and came up with arguments against such extravagant ideas. I, for one, certainly shared the other's regret that such a gentleman was awash in such error. But since, indeed, he was, I was now upset to have seen the sight of him and to have learned the lesson. For up until that point, I had only seen the new liberal Catholic more or less alloyed with the old integral Catholic, that is to say, the intolerant Catholic. I had heard the liberal Catholic party line, but never stated in full, rather always colored by personal elements that the party could disclaim. On the contrary, this enthusiast had just given me the inner spirit along with the official party line. Henceforth I understood the liberal Catholic to his very depths. I knew by heart his false arguments, his illusions, his bull-headedness, and his tactics. Alas, none of this was new to me. The liberal Catholic is neither liberal nor Catholic. By what I mean, without even questioning his sincerity, that he no more has a true idea of liberty than he has of the Church. He can call himself a liberal Catholic all he likes. He bears a better-known stamp, and all of his traits reveal a character all too old and all too common in the history of the Church. His true name is sectarian. Chapter 5. An Appealing Illusion. But liberal Catholicism has a powerful attraction for souls today sick of the truth. Playing firstly with words, it soon plays with ideas, undermines true principles, and leads to the uttering of tremendous falsehoods, such as that man and God are quite different since the French Revolution from what they were. This is heresy and blasphemy. This is not an enemy to be scorned, even though he is armed only with pipe dreams. There are pipe dreams that reason must not challenge on her own. She will be defeated, not by the pipe dreams, but by the sympathy souls have for them. Souls are sick, and with a terrible sickness. They are weary of the truth and are terrified by it. In souls that are still Christian, this illness shows itself in a lack of revulsion for heresy, in an habitual indulgence toward error, and a certain taste for the traps it sets, often in a shameful eagerness to get caught in them. Evil is nothing new. It is rooted in the heart of man. I loved being caught, said St. Augustine. Father Faber described its political traits in the present age. The liberal siren hides her fishtail, shows her face wreathed in smiles, and holds a cross in her hand. She draws souls with ease to the edge of the abyss, seducing the eyes, the reason, and the heart. If a firm faith, that is, an obedient faith, does not hold us back, we are lost. If we do not carefully watch over ourselves, we may end up not being able to recognize ourselves. Today's world echoes the siren's song in dangerous ways. Several of the so-called liberal maxims sound good, yet they are false, and will compromise anyone who does not meet them with an absolute refusal. But only the faith can provide such absolutely victorious arguments. It alone recognizes the marked card. There is a great danger in the slightest equivocation. Playing with words is the death blow for principles in a soul that is secretly tempted. Don't forget that heresy excels in flattering any weaknesses, and it turns to its advantage all of our inordinate desires. Liberal Catholicism is a very versatile garment. A garment to wear at the court or at the academy. A garment of glory. It displays the colors of prestige, without overstepping the bounds of prudence. It enters a church and is received in every palace, and goes just as well in all the taverns. such great advantages, and they seem to come at so low a price. Accept a few liberal phrases, disclaim a few intolerant expressions. No, not even. Merely shout, "Hooray!" for one such phrase, and groan a bit for another. That's all that's really needed. The liberal church requires no further profession of faith. Utter the sacramental words of liberalism, and you have already gone a long way. This shift of words quickly brings about an enormous shift of ideas. Along comes a special pleader who knows how to cast a veil of beautiful illusions over the nakedness of a conscience henceforth anxious to be deluded, and the liberal thesis triumphs. The truth is suddenly false, and falsehood true. You lend an ear. You are soon repeating enormous falsehoods. You no longer have any difficulty in admitting that since 1789, everything has quite changed, not only on earth, but in heaven as well. That there is a new mankind on earth, and a new God in heaven. Typical of heresy. Explicitly or implicitly, every heresy has uttered the same blasphemy. Let us pause to consider for a moment. Chapter 6. Adult Mankind Adulterated. Man today is, in general, as ignorant, as childish, and as imperfect as ever. Yet liberal Catholicism supposes that he has come of age, that God must defer to him, and he no longer needs the Catholic Church to teach him. So the Holy Ghost has evolved, and Scripture needs to evolve. Liberal Catholicism is worse than Protestantism. Let us stand at the entrance of a church. Among the faithful who have just been to Mass, let us take a random group of about 50 men, and then imagine them back 25 years or so. We shall discover that most of these men whom we have grouped together either were not yet men 30 years ago, or else were erring far from the truth. Similarly, with most human beings. In Christian terms, we can say that most men either are not born or are already dead and serve no further purpose than the spreading of death. This multitude of people, who are either like children or else unborn or dead, represent mankind supposedly come of age and fully grown, perfect and perfected. It is, henceforth, in full possession of reason, light, and justice, and capable at last of governing itself. And if God still claims to govern it, he will have to pay more attention than in the past, with laws that men will receive directly from him, or that they will know perfectly well how to discover on their own. In any case, it won't be through the old-fashioned church that they need to learn. The fathers spoke rightly when they said the church will never grow old. Ecclesia insensibilis. But now the fathers themselves have supposedly grown old, and the church has aged. She is outmoded. The Holy Ghost, who no longer thinks what he thought before, no longer reveals his thoughts to the church. She no longer knows. Therefore, the Holy Ghost has changed tracks. Therefore, everlasting God has become other than what he was, just as mankind has done, to the point where it no longer has a use for his directives. Liberal Catholicism implicitly takes the stand on living Holy Scripture, its interpretation, and the Church's right to dictate an interpretation, a position which goes well beyond Protestantism. It proposes that we swallow these effronteries if we do not want mankind to break with us Catholics. Yet, liberal Catholicism leads the way in breaking with ourselves, and as it does so, accuses the Catholic Church of doing the breaking away. Another typical feature of heretics. Chapter 7. An easygoing religion. Now, liberal Catholics may not personally be heretics, but they are carriers of a dangerously attractive heresy, because they propose an undemanding religion, which allows anyone to steer a comfortable middle course between truth and error. This apostasy is flooding the world. I'm not saying that liberal Catholics are heretics. First of all, they would have to want to be. I would say that many of them are not heretics. As for the rest, I have no idea, and it is not for me to judge them. The Church will pronounce on that subject when the time comes, if there is a call to do so. But whatever virtues and good intentions they may have, it is my belief that they are carriers of heresy, and one of the most clear-cut heresies ever seen. I do not know if the world will escape this heresy. I doubt it. Liberal Catholicism and the spirit of the world are blood cousins. They tend toward each other in many ways. In the vast throng of atheists, deists, eclectics, agnostics, and self-proclaimed seekers of the truth, there are many weak consciences that are looking for nothing more than an easygoing, tolerant religion. Within the Church herself, there are sure to be souls, wary, tempted, scared, who wish neither to be open apostates, nor to break openly with the world. In Italy, we see excommunicated priests who still insist on saying Mass, and who would have protested most sincerely if someone 5 or 6 years before had foretold their fall from grace. A heresy which doesn't quite deny truth and doesn't quite proclaim error opens a channel for such idle waters. They rush in from both sides to swell the torrent. Chapter 8. The Rock of Peter. There is only one solution: the Rock of Peter, God's one and only Church. It does not change. It need not change. It belongs to all time. It need not, must not, adapt to any time or age which wishes to be rid of it. The Catholic Pope is the spokesman of God for all time. Upon this Rock of Peter, God is King. If heresy is in flood, there is only one high ground, only one refuge, and that is the Rock of Peter. Tu es Petrus, et non prevabilunt. This rock is no rolling stone, says the Bishop of Toul, i.e., a stone that is in one place today, yesterday was elsewhere, and will be in another place tomorrow. It is not sandstone, which men can carve how they like. The rock has its proper place, its own matter, its particular form, and none of it can change. The rock does not mold itself according to the age, to its time. People glibly repeat that the Church ought to belong to its time. With all due respect, that is silly nonsense at best. The Church belongs to its time, always has done, and always will do, because it belongs to all time. If that is all that people mean, the statement is a waste of breath. Unfortunately, in the secret language of liberalism, the apparently insignificant words take on another, quite horrific sense. The Church ought to belong to its time, even if the time wants to be rid of it. And, as a logical consequence, God ought to be of his time as well. That is to say, God ought to run like sand through the hourglass, finish with the timer, and only begin again if the hand of man deigns to turn it back over. In other words, there is no church, and man creates God. These formulas are typical of the age that utters them. We are undergoing a veritable orgy of foolishness. Let us keep well away and fasten hold of what cannot change, but is now being miserably denied and insulted. Peter is the eternal rock, and this rock, which is prefigured in Holy Scripture, is the mountain of salvation, the mountain where God is pleased to dwell. When our Lord spoke to Simon and transformed him into Peter, he said, "Tu es, thou art," just as he said of himself, "Sum qui sum," I am who am. Thou art chosen according to an eternal plan for an everlasting work. So it is, Peter, os Christi, the mouthpiece of Christ, speaks eternally the divine word. Peter is eternally the rock put in place by God, the mountain where God is pleased to dwell. Thus God has wished it, thus he has done it. And what God has done will never be undone, nor done any better. But in what capacity does God reside on this mountain of his own creation, on this rock more solid and more durable than any earthly thing? He reigns there as king. Here liberalism is utterly dashed to pieces. Chapter 9. The Two Swords. All human societies of all time need this authoritative guidance of Peter, the priest of Christ, the king and creator of mankind. Christ alone can ensure true liberty, equality, fraternity, through Peter governing by the union of church and state, head and arm. This union created Catholic Europe, broken up by Protestantism, now threatened by globalism. Jesus Christ is the King of the world. He speaks to the world by his priest, and the decrees of this priest, inasmuch as they are the expression of the kingly rights of Jesus Christ, are themselves eternal. They do not apply to any one time, but to all time, not to any one society, but to all societies, not to a handful of men, but to all mankind. And since they are dictated in accordance with the very nature of mankind by the Creator of mankind himself, human society needs them everywhere. Everywhere man instinctively calls out for them with cries and groans, by his abiding disquiet, and with unspeakable pangs. For outside of their sway, nothing good exists. Nothing good has the fullness or guarantee of life. That is why there is no time, no society whatsoever, not a single human being, from whom Christ's faithful ought not to demand, whenever they are able, some form of obedience to the decrees of the priest of Jesus Christ, King of the world. The children of Christ, the children of the King, are themselves kings. They form a society far superior to any other, and it should take possession of the earth and reign there in order to baptize all men, and raise them up to the same supernatural life, to the same kingship and glory to which Christ has destined them. They ought to tend always toward this end, because the universal sway of Christ alone can bring about universal liberty, universal equality, and universal fraternity. For the liberty proper to man is the liberty to attain his supernatural end, namely, to attain Christ, and the only society ever known to have recognized all men for equals and brothers is the society of Christ's disciples. Christian society, under normal circumstances, maintains itself and extends its domain by means of two forces that ought to be distinct but not separate, united but not confused, subordinated one to the other and not equal. The one is the head, and the other the arm. The first is the pontiff's supreme and final word. The second is a secular power. Since Christian society is first and foremost Christian, it submits everything to this first law, and thus it puts everything in its rightful place. Since it first puts Christ in his rightful place as the only true Lord and Master, it puts him in his place as sovereign within society, just as all the faithful put him in his sovereign place within their souls. And from there spring order, liberty, unity, greatness, justice, sovereignty, and peace. Thus, despite the rifts provoked by human passions and weaknesses, there slowly formed the magnificent variety of Catholic Europe, that community that we might call the Christian Republic, or even the Christian family. A marvelous achievement, broken up by heresy, just when eternal peace and progress of the arts promised the fruits of the redemption to the entire human race. If Catholic unity had been maintained in the 16th century, there would be no more infidels, no more idolaters, no more slaves. The human race would be Christian today, and by the number and the diversity of nations united in a common faith, it would have kept clear of the global despotism that is such a threat hanging over it now. Chapter 10. Duty of the Secular Power. The pontiffs, or churches, sword is the word of truth. The princes, or states, sword is the use of force to protect the teaching of that truth. For if Christ commanded the truth to be taught, implicitly he commanded its teaching and its teachers to be protected. So the secular sword needs to be subordinate to the pontifical sword. These two powers, united, distinct and subordinated, by which Christian society is ruled, are what we call the two swords. For the word alone would be nothing if it could not also be a sword as required by circumstances. The meekness of Christ desired the two swords so that the second, force, could come into play only later. It might not be needed. The first sword, the one that rends merely the darkness, remains under the patient, infallibly enlightened control of the pontiff. The other, the physical sword, is in the hands of the representative of society, and in order that he not err, he must obey the commands of the pontiff. It is the pontiff who has it sheathed or unsheathed. Its function is to repress aggressive error, once the error has been defined and condemned, to tie it up, to beat it down, to offer protection to the truth, either because the truth needs to be defended or because it needs to counterattack. The secular arm must clear the path for the truth, guarantee freedom for its teachings, and protect from a discreet distance the life of its envoys and disciples. It was said to the apostles, "Go, teach all nations, baptize them." We are all commanded to pray that the reign of God may come. Adveniat regnum tuum. Jesus Christ commanded nothing unjust. This commandment implies the duty of all peoples to receive the envoys of Christ, and it gives Christian society, at the very least, the right to protect their lives. They have enough to endure with exile, hunger, every privation, every labor and disdain, with dying in misery, with being devoured by wild beasts. The Christian Republic surely has the right to demand that they not be brought before the state executioner as well, and that their converts, now members of the family, be treated with as much respect as they. Such is the role of the power obedient to the command of the pontiff. It behooves the secular power to accomplish the divine order given to Peter, when he was already invested with his primacy. Arise, kill and eat. That is to say, following the interpretation of the Fathers, kill error, which is death, and transform it into your light, which is life. Chapter 11. Let God Rule. Here liberals cry out, theocracy, as though the rule of God were a horror. By this emotionalism, they prevent Catholics from claiming their right to a Catholic society, and they pave the way to persecuting them. We Catholics will not be cowed. If we do not want God to rule, then in effect we want the devil to rule over us. How many societies would gain if governments obeyed the Pope? When we say these things, liberalism cries out, "You want a theocracy!" as though it were crying out bloody murder. It takes on such veined airs of horrors that we end up more horrified than it is itself. In this way, it glorifies prudence to the point of madness, to the point of betraying the truth. It blocks all claim to Christian rights, and even their most legitimate and necessary expression. Indeed, there is good reason to be prudent. When liberals feign such trepidation, they dispense themselves from all reason or justice, and the Church may prepare herself for a new persecution. The liberal Catholic does not fail to touch this emotional chord. Do you mean to preach a theocracy? Do you want to get us all stoned? However, just because our opponents are irremediably unjust, does that mean we have to turn into complete cowards? Is the primary condition of the liberty they hold out to us that we no longer see, or know, or speak, or even think? Let us defy this verbal treachery, and let the servants and serving maids of Pilate's praetorium, where liberalism takes upon itself to judge Christ, never beguile us into saying, "I know him not." We owe obedience to the Church within the limits she herself has traced, and which, moreover, are quite broad enough to leave breathing space for a measure of revolt and pride. If such obedience is a theocracy, then those who genuinely fear it, quite frankly, have not got enough else to be fearing. In public as in private life, there is only one way to escape the rule of the devil, and that is to submit to the rule of God. Past history, down to our own day, even today, gives us enough examples of what good use human rulers can make of the doctrine of the two swords. We would not have to search the face of the earth for very long, at all, to find a population which would have everything to gain, and life itself, if the vicar of Jesus Christ could say to the earthly king, "Put your sword back into its sheath." Chapter 12. Politics to save souls. Also, every soul alive being meant for heaven, then every Christian must do all he can to help his many weaker brethren to get to heaven. But these need laws to make it easier socially for them to know and love God. Therefore, Christians will answer for bringing or not bringing politics under the rule of God. The Christian is a priest and a king, and he is made for a higher glory. God must reign within us and through us, for us to deserve to reign with him. Those are the principles of the faith that we cannot separate from the regulation of our political life. Our rank is sublime, our dignity divine. We cannot abdicate our destiny here below, nor decline the august and urgent duties it implies. Duties both public and private, without thereby abdicating our future dignity. Nothing that we possess in this world, wealth, strength, liberty, life itself, is ours for ourselves alone. Every gift we receive brings with it the duty to protect the multitude of our weak and ignorant brethren, both in body and soul. Now the one great protection of which the weak are in need is that the laws be established that facilitate their knowledge of God and union with Him. On this point we shall be examined and judged, and on the day when we must render an account for the little souls that have been scornfully abandoned, or else defended without constancy or love, let no Christian imagine that he will be able to justify himself by the answer of Cain, Num custos fratis me sum ego? Am I my brother's keeper? Chapter 13. First objection. God gave us liberty. As for the argument from human liberty, by giving to us men free will, God gives us no right to choose evil. We have a right only to choose good. In 1864, Pius IX condemned in Quanta Cura the freedoms glorified today, because they amount to just such a freedom, or a false right to send our souls to hell, i.e., a liberty of perdition or damnation. What is meant by the argument from human liberty or free will, which constantly reappears in the claims of liberal Catholicism in 1,000 different guises? Man has free will or the faculty to do evil, and to not do good. Who is unaware of this, and who would contest it? But it is a strange madness to conclude that God, by bestowing this faculty of free will on man, holds up to him as an example and model for his action the principle that truth and error, good and evil, do not matter. A few moments' reflection reveals the abundance of divine and merciful obstacles which God has put in the way of our misusing our power of free will to choose and not choose. He takes away the illusion that life ends in nothingness, and obliges us to decide between two eternities. Not to choose is already to have chosen. So much for human liberty, so solemnly evoked. This pitiful misunderstanding is the foundation on which all liberal doctrine is built up. No, there is no such thing as human liberty in this dangerous sense of our having the right to choose evil. God gave no such dangerous right to us frail beings. God alone is free to choose how He likes. He gave us free will to choose good, not liberty to choose evil. What we are truly free to do is whatever can be done with impunity in the presence of a perfect justice. Now, can we disobey God with impunity, or refuse to serve Him, or refuse to do all in our power that He be served and obeyed? Can we refuse with impunity to listen to the Church? Those are the real terms of the question. Any effort to get around this reality, however much applause it gets, is only the unneeded proof of an unneeded cleverness. When the encyclical Quanta Cura came out, these frivolous displays of cleverness redoubled. A number of different explanations of the encyclical, all more or less respectful in their expression, reduced it in effect to a statement of little, if any, importance. These explanations drew rounds of applause, but lo and behold, a year later, it was the explanations that proved to be of little, if any, importance. Translator's note. The encyclical Quanta Cura, published in 1864 by Pope Pius IX, condemned the modern forms of rationalism and liberalism. It was accompanied by the Syllabus of Errors, whose full title is A Syllabus containing the most important errors of our time, which have been condemned by our Holy Father Pius IX in allocutions, at consistories, in encyclicals, and other apostolic letters. The syllabus was attacked as Rome's formal rejection of modern culture, and as a declaration of war on the modern estate. Russia, France, and the parts of Italy controlled by Victor Emmanuel forbade its publication. Veuillot is writing in 1866. He does not name the authors who explain away the syllabus, but he probably has in mind the leader of the liberal Catholics, the Most Reverend Felix Antoine Philibert de la Panloup, who lived from 1802 to 1878, Bishop of Orleans, particularly skillful in arguing that the Pope's condemnations were not to be rigorously applied in practice. End translator's note. They claim that, in reality, the encyclical went no further than the necessary and legitimate condemnation of limitless freedom. But the encyclical is not concerned with limitless freedom, which is madness and a heresy against government, and against which all governments are fully capable of defending themselves. Rather, Quanta Cura is warning Catholics about the peril in which they would place their brethren and themselves if, scorning the teachings of the Church, they were to advocate certain rash propositions that the encyclical lumps together as the liberty of perdition, libertatem perditionis. The encyclical outlines this liberty, while the syllabus goes into greater detail, describing features that are all too familiar. Obviously, the condemnation of these ravings of indifferentism, incredulity, or clear heresy concern few of the faithful as persons. But if one sees these errors as a doctrine contrary to the rights of the Church, to her power, and to the obedience that is her due, then it is easy to recognize what Quanta Cura means by liberty of perdition. That liberty is not in the least resisted by the secular powers, as is the madness of limitless freedom. On the contrary, secular powers are rather in favor of it, and even impose it. Their instinct is quite correct. Everything that frees man from the power of God thrusts him under the power of the rulers of this world. Whenever man defies the commands of God, he puts himself outside of the earthly paradise. Chapter 14. Liberal Politics. Betrayal. Christians who know they must obey God can only protest against their state disobeying him. Any secular power that is not Christian necessarily means a theocracy or rule of evil. Christians may endure such a rule, but if they promote it, they are betraying their fellow men, just as a maker of idols is an accomplice to idolatry. Such being the situation before God and the Church of the Christian who is bound to obey, I deny him any right to let his state disobey. I deny him the right, not only to create, but even to accept without protest any worldly power which would establish itself independently of God. Liberal Catholicism denies that the secular power can be Christian. I deny that it can with impunity be anything else, or that Christians can with impunity forego doing anything commanded or allowed by their religion to keep their state Christian, or to oblige it to become so. The non-Christian secular power, even if it have no religion at all, is an evil. It is of the devil, and it is the theocracy of evil. If we are forced to undergo this misfortune and shame, the misfortune and shame will be greater still for the world than for ourselves.
We can survive it by the grace of God, and we alone can help the world to survive it. But to seek actively, or to establish with our own hands, a government that would be atheistic in principle, to consecrate a thing so vile and absurd, would be a betrayal of mankind. Mankind would make us render an account before God. It would accuse us of having extinguished the light and of having been the accomplices of that darkness, which is the shadow of death. I seem to hear Tertullian speaking to the Christian who manufactured idols. Can you preach one God, you who make so many others? Or preach the true God, who makes so many liars? I make them, you reply, but I don't adore them. The same reason that forbids you to adore them forbids you to make them. Both are an offense unto God. But you do adore them, since it is by you that others are able to adore them. You adore them, and you sacrifice your life and your soul to them. You immolate your talent upon their altar, and you offer them your sweat in libation. It is for them that you light the lamp of your thinking. You are more than their priest, for it is through you that they have priests, and it is your labor which makes their divinity. Chapter 15. Tempting the Church. Liberal Catholicism promises Catholics that if only they would adopt their religion, they could convert the world. That is a vain illusion with which the devil down the ages has repeatedly tempted the Church, as he tempted Christ in the desert. I will make you rich and popular. I will give you all the kingdoms of the world. Only you must fall down and adore me. It is true that liberalism proclaims the contrary. The light will shine all the brighter, it says, and only then will it pierce the darkness. As soon as we become more subtle Catholics, modified Catholics, in a word, new Catholics, we will immediately convert the world. Here, liberal Catholics wax eloquent. This illusion consoles their mind when their heart quails. They cherish it, and their eloquence on its behalf reveals how violently, like Esau, they desire a mess of pottage. Unfortunately, their attractive vision of the future, conquest that religion will make with the help of the liberal spirit, is spoiled when we recall a passage from Scripture that is difficult to forget. At the beginning of the Gospel according to St. Matthew, the tempter approaches Jesus, who has withdrawn into the desert, and when he sees that hunger is tormenting him, he says, "Command these stones to turn into bread." Jesus replies to him, "Man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of God." Then the tempter transports him to the highest point of the temple and says to him, "If you are the Son of God, cast yourself down, for it is written that the angels have charge over you, and will bear you up upon their hands, so that you not dash your foot against the stone." Jesus replies to him, "It is also written, You shall not tempt the Lord your God." The tempter makes one final attempt and gives away his secret. He transports the Savior to a high mountain, and by magic makes him see from there all the kingdoms of the world in all their glory. "I will give you all this," he says, "if, bowing down, you will adore me." Jesus replies, "Begone! It is written, You will adore the Lord your God, and him alone you will serve." Satan withdrew, and at once angels approached and ministered to Jesus. Liberalism renews this scene. The Church is poor. She is hungry. If the Church would only be liberal, she would be rich, and stones would change into bread. But the hunger that torments the Church, like that which tormented Jesus, is the hunger of charity. The Church hungers to nourish souls that are languishing. The bread she wishes to distribute to them, the bread that will make them strong, is the word coming from the mouth of God, the truth. Liberalism says to her, if you are of God, if you have the word of God, you risk nothing in leaving the highest point of the temple. Throw yourself down. Go out to the multitude which no longer comes to you. Remove anything in you that displeases them. Speak to them the words they love to hear, and you will win them back, for God is with you. But the words that the multitude loves to hear are not the words coming from the mouth of God, and it is always forbidden to tempt the Lord. Finally, liberalism pronounces its last word. I possess the world, and I will give it to you. But always on the same condition. Si cadens adoraveris me. Come down, fall down, bow down in equality with those who have no God, and follow the respectable people, into whose charge I will give you, after they have sworn an oath never to cross the threshold of a place of prayer. Then you will see how the world will honor you, and will listen to you, and how Jerusalem will be born again, more beautiful. The king of nothingness, said St. Gregory VII, makes all kinds of promises. Thus secular leaders, who are not even sure of living until nightfall, dare to address the vicar of Christ, saying to him, we will give you power, honor, and every good thing, if you recognize our supremacy, and if you make us into your God, if, falling at our feet, you adore us. How many times this seduction has been tried! Frederick of Germany promised great advances of the faith to the popes he persecuted. Cavour thought he could fool Pius IX with this same mirage. The Parliament of Florence, freely insulting and plundering, employs the same language, mixing mockery with stupidity. Translator's note. Frederick II, King of England and Holy Roman Emperor from 1194 to 1250, was excommunicated several times. He was frequently engaged in compromise with the papacy when he was not intriguing against it. Count Camille Bency de Cavour, who lived from 1810 to 1861, helped forge the Kingdom of Italy under the House of Savoy and King Victor Emmanuel, and was its first prime minister. He saw to united Italy, entirely independent of the Pope, through diplomacy and intrigue. The Parliament of Florence was the governing body of the new kingdom, since Florence was the capital of Italy during the 1860s. Anti-Catholic sentiment reigned at the parliamentary sessions, and the members had their triumph with the capture of Rome and the seizure of the Papal States in 1870. End translator's note. They always come up with the same conditions. Leave the camp of Israel. Get off the sterile rock of Rome. Close your ear to the monotony of the Holy Ark of the Covenant, always making the same old pronouncements. In short, fall down, adore the liar, and believe him alone.
Chapter 16. Liberals to the Gallows. How can Catholics want political leaders who are, wittingly or unwittingly, unaware that Jesus Christ is God? How can God bless politicians who try to keep a balance between him and the devil? In truth, The sole, true purpose of politics is to help souls to get to heaven, as St. Gregory said. It is a horrible thing, and as silly as it is horrible, that men would expect the people of Christ to welcome and to select civil leaders, either completely ignorant of Jesus Christ's divinity, or else scoundrels who are well aware of it, but who undertake to govern as though they were ignorant of it. And liberal Catholics promise the blessings of God to men, and politicians capable of such base folly. That is not what the Holy Ghost tells them. When the children of Israel consecrated themselves to Belphegor, God said to Moses, "Take all the leaders of the people and hang them on gibbets in full daylight, that my wrath may be turned away from Israel." There's a reminder to be put in the file of religious liberty. It is written elsewhere that justice exalteth a nation, but sin maketh nations miserable. What does liberalism do with this pronouncement? Does it declare that it is outdated, or does it pretend that the justice referred to is the impossible art of keeping an exact balance between Jesus, Luther, Muhammad, and Joe Smith, between God and Belial? Jesus wants nothing to do with such a balancing act. "He who is not with me is against me," he says. "Do realize, Emperor," wrote St. Gregory the Great, "that your power comes to you from on high in order that virtue be assisted, that the way to heaven be made easier, and that the empire of earth serve the empire of heaven." Translator's note. The French cites the translation of Jacques Beignet Bossuet, who lived from 1627 to 1704, a celebrated orator who often preached before the royal court. End translator's note. But, says your liberal Catholic, these are just the sayings and religious notions of yesteryear. Never forget the world has changed, and we must go with the flow. Chapter 17. Second Objection. We must go with the flow. Nor need Christians move with their times, or compromise with their corrupt age. In fact, they must resist it, and if necessary, die. That is how they change the world. For instance, as they once resisted absorption of their church into the state, now they must resist separation of their church from the state. State and church must be distinct, but not separate. Go with the flow about sums up the high-flown novelties that liberal Catholicism is so proud of. And why should we go with the flow, may I ask? We are born, we are baptized, we are consecrated in order to swim against the flow of ignorance and misbehavior found in creatures, the flow of lies and sin, the flow of filth sweeping us away to perdition. We must swim against it, and strive to make it run dry. We have no other business in this world. Our history is the story of the triumph of God by means of the truth, a truth backed by no human politicking to defend it from the world and its leaders. The pagans were liberal. They very much wanted to reach an understanding with the Church. All they asked was that she bring her Christ down a little to the rank of one deity among others. Then Catholic worship would have been set free. Jesus would have been given temples just like Orpheus and Asclepius, and the pagans themselves would have worshipped him because of his manifestly superior philosophy. While negotiating this compromise, and in order to help it pass,
The public power persecuted Christians at the urging of the philosophers, men of letters, Jews, astrologers, and apostates. It sometimes happened, in the outer provinces of the empire, that the persecution would snare an entire church in one fell swoop. The bishop, the clergy, the faithful, the children, and the new converts were all brought before the proconsul. Frequently, the proconsul besought them to let him acquit them. All he asked was for a gesture. These Christians did not hesitate or say among themselves, "What will become of the church if we die? And who will serve God?" They professed the one God, and they died. That is how they made the sword fall from the hands of the executioner, how they wrested his weapons from the hands of the emperor, and snatched the human race from the edge of the abyss. But what they had proclaimed under persecution, they did not take back once they had vanquished. They had proclaimed the kingship of Christ. They went on to establish it, and the cross of the labarum held sway over the crown of the emperor. Translator's note. The labarum was the standard of Constantine, adopted after his vision of a cross of light. It is described by Eusebius in his Life of Constantine, I. 26, as a spear overlaid with gold, which with a transverse bar formed the figure of a cross. On the top of the whole was fixed a wreath of gold and precious stones, and within this the symbol of the Saviour's name, 2 letters indicating the name of Christ by means of the initial letters, the letter Chi intersecting the letter P at the center. A purple banner hung from the transverse bar with the Greek words Teutonica, in hoc signo vinces. End translator's note. He who fell, the great artisan of heresy, is called Satan, adversarius, the adversary of justice, of truth, of good. And what he proposes, we must not accept. Just as he proposed long ago to absorb the church into the state, now he proposes, for the same purpose, by similar means, making use of the same enemies and deceivers, alternately blandishing and threatening, to separate state and church. To the early Christians he said, "Give up your liberty, join us in the empire." To us today he says, "Give up the empire, join us in liberty." Long ago it was, "Unite yourselves with us." Today it is, "Separate yourselves from us." Long ago he proposed a union that would have abased the church. Today, a separation that would abase society. Such a union was wrong then, because it would have been an absorption. Such a separation would be wrong today, because it would be a repudiation. The Church does not repudiate human society, and she does not wish to be repudiated by it. The Church did not lower her dignity. She will not abdicate her rights, which come down to her royal liberty. It is in the interest of the adversary, not of the Church or of Christian society, to take the cross away from the crown, and the crown away from the cross. Chapter 18. Might can be right. Nor need Christians renounce the use of force, or attempt to eliminate it. Might, or force, can be made to serve right. God himself is almighty. The Church made might serve right, which is normal. Might, sometimes not serving right, does not mean that all might is wrong. Let the Church use might to save souls. Christians took the temples and weapons of pagan society away from it, not to destroy them, but to transform them. They chased the idols out of the temple. They made might serve right. The mad idea of eliminating all force did not even occur to them. Force can be directed and disciplined. It can be sanctified. Who can undertake to eliminate it? And why do so anyway? It is an excellent thing and a gift from God. Indeed, it is one of the attributes of God. Ego sum fortissimus Deus Patris tui. I am the most mighty God of thy Father. Just as right is of itself a force, force can itself be a right. Mankind and the Church recognize a certain right to make war. From the weapons it took away from barbarian force, Christianity forged breastplates for the weak and noble swords to arm the righteous. Force in the hands of the Church is the force of right, and we do not wish right to remain without force. Force in its rightful place and fulfilling its rightful function is the normal state of affairs. Because in the world today, force is not everywhere in its rightful place, that is, at the disposal of the Church, and because, far from serving right, it is violating it. Is that a reason for us to align ourselves with those supposedly enlightened souls who pronounce either the abolition of all force or the permanent removal of that force from the hands of supreme right, for fear it hinder the liberty that seeks to destroy the truth? On the contrary, we should gladly shed all our blood to restore force to its rightful role, which is to serve exclusively what is right. Force should protect, strengthen, and avenge the greatest, most illustrious, and most necessary of the rights of man, which is the right to know and serve God. It should put the Church in a position to bestow this right on every man on earth. Let us not abandon the truth that liberal Catholicism, like countless worldlings, casts aside and drowns in the flow of the world. Chapter 19. The degradation of going with the flow. For Catholics, to follow their times is a disgrace, worse than that of a king abdicating his kingship. How can such liberal Catholics be taken seriously? Either they will come back to the fullness of their faith, or they will go over to the enemies of the faith. But they cannot remain suspended in between. It is ignoble to suggest that we go with the flow. The suggestion is repulsive to human honor alone. It is a sign of our decadent times that anyone would dare make such a suggestion to Christians confirmed with Holy Chrism. Imagine a king deposed from his throne, the last, best hope of his conquered fatherland, who was suddenly to declare that he considered himself justly deposed, and that he only aspired to enjoy his personal possessions, according to the laws governing all citizens, beneath the protection of the very men who were plundering his subjects. Can you see the infinite disgrace of such a wretched king? But that would be nothing in comparison with what is proposed to us. This king, we imagine, would disgrace himself in vain. No one would believe him. Those to whom he offered to sell his rights and his honor would tell him, "Are you mad? You are a king!" We would be doing worse, and for that reason people would be even less inclined to believe us. I add that they would have good reason not to believe us. Let us imagine the Catholics amongst us
retracting and repenting of their true Catholicism, just as there were long ago priests who swore the oath to the civil constitution of the clergy. Translator's note. The civil constitution of the clergy in 1790 was the decree by which the National Assembly, during the Revolution, took over the administration of the French Church. All ecclesiastics were obliged to take an oath of loyalty to this constitution, under pain of deposition, and those who refused and continued in their functions, loyal to Rome, became outlaws and were subject to civil prosecution for disturbing the public order. The French clergy was thus divided between juring and non-juring priests. End translator's note. Today, the Catholics, staying Catholic or returning to being truly Catholic, would question the sincerity of all such preferring to remain liberal. Which way would these liberal Catholics go, caught as they would be between the true Catholics anathematizing them and the true disbelievers demanding guarantees of their repudiation of Catholicism? That is an eventuality quite certain to come about, one they would do well to take into account. On the one hand, if such liberal Catholics rejoin the ranks of the faithful, submitting themselves to the teaching of the Church that proclaims her rights over the world, their going liberal will have achieved nothing. On the other hand, if they furnish the guarantees demanded by those in the opposing camp, they will cut themselves off from true Catholics. They will commend liberty for imposing silence on the enemies of liberty. They will lend a hand to persecuting the true Catholics, and in so doing they will become apostates from the faith, while still remaining only half-hearted liberals. They can count on falling into one of these two categories, either half-hearted liberals or full-hearted Catholics. Chapter 20. Going against the flow. Catholics are to conquer their times by the force of their faith. This force is before men insignificant, but before God it is omnipotent. The Catholic faith, unto martyrdom and death, conquers the world, to which it alone can bring true peace. But for the sake of the argument, let me grant that we will all go with the flow. I say all of us, except the Pope, because the hypothesis cannot go that far. What would be the result? There would be one force less on earth. What force would that be? Certainly not the force of barbarians, nor brute force. The force missing on earth would be that force by which to this day it has pleased God to vanquish the world, and by which the world to this day is still vanquished. God triumphs by a small number of faithful. The small number, Pusillus Grex, little flock, to whom it is said, as at the beginning of the Church, "Fear not." The small number, called the salt of the earth. If the salt lose its savor, with what shall it be salted? O prophetic wisdom of the divine word! The grain of sand is God's sentinel on the edge of the ocean, telling it, "Non amplius," no farther. The grain of sand is the strength of mountains and the fertility of the vast plains. We turn toward the man crucified of Jerusalem, toward the man crucified of Rome, toward his truth abandoned and betrayed. We say to him, "I believe you, I adore you, and I accept to be trampled underfoot as you were, and mocked as you were. I wish to die with you." When we say such a thing, the world is conquered.
it will never be conquered any other way. And no other way will we ever wrest its weapons out of its hands, in order to transfigure and sanctify them by turning them over to the silencing of all blasphemy and the removing of every obstacle between the little ones of this world and eternal truth. For all men must know and pronounce these words, the I believe, which alone can deliver the world, the Thy kingdom come, which calls down eternal peace. Chapter 21. The truth will set you free. As Peter and John showed, true liberty lies in the obedience to God of Catholic truth, and not in the liberal's freedom of conscience for error. This truth comes only from the Church teaching knowledge of Jesus Christ, and when this truth perishes, the earth will come to an end. The first word of true freedom ever to fall from a mortal mouth, the first act of true freedom ever witnessed by the human race, was when two poor Jews, the apostles Peter and John, proclaimed our duty to obey God rather than men, and continued to spread that teaching which error and persecution, disguised as justice and prudence, sought to suppress. Acts 4:19-20. Whoever follows their example is free. Free from false judges, free from false wise men. He enters the impregnable city. His thinking, freed from ignoble fears, is snatched from the grip of death, and he frees from slavery all those he manages to persuade. But notice two things. Firstly, this act of freedom that the apostles perform in the face of earthly powers is at the same time a true act of submission before God, and they are so strong against the world only because they are obedient to God. In an eloquent speech delivered before the Congress of Malines, a speech renowned among liberal Catholics, liberty of conscience is traced back to this first famous refusal to go along. Non possumus. We cannot. It is there that it was supposedly created and promulgated. Translator's note. The Congress of Malines in Belgium, August 20th, 21st of 1863, provided the most complete and most vigorous formulations of liberal Catholicism. The speech to which Veuillot refers was delivered by Charles Forbes René, Count of Montalembert, a member of the French National Assembly, who fought alongside Veuillot in the battle for academic freedom, but who soon betrayed a too great attachment to the principles of the French Revolution, and became the leader of the liberal Catholic movement alongside Bishop Dupanloup. Montalembert stated at Malines, "Every increase of political and civil liberty is advantageous for the Church. Every restriction of liberty works against her." He then cites Bishop Dupanloup. "We invoke for ourselves, just as we evoke for others, the liberties so dear to those who accuse us of not loving them. We accept and we invoke the principles and the liberties proclaimed in 1789, the first year of the French Revolution." Emmanuel Barbier, Histoire du Catholicisme libéral et du Catholicisme social en France, du Concile du Vatican à l'avènement de S.S. Benoit, the 15th, 1870 through 1914. End translator's note. Quite the contrary, according to the well-founded remark of an English author who said, "It was on that day, by that non possumus, that human conscience knew and accepted the bounds of an immutable law. It was no principle of liberal freedom that St. Peter evoked. He was proclaiming the imperishable, irrevocable duty imposed by God that bound him to preach revealed truth. He was not, therefore, announcing to the world the liberal freedom of conscience. On the contrary, he was laying upon consciences the glorious weight of bearing witness to the truth. He was freeing conscience not from God, but from men. He could demand of the pagans liberty for Christians. He was not giving, never dreamt of giving, to Christians license to raise error to the level of truth, so that some day they might be treated as equals, so that truth might consider error as sovereign by divine right in one place, so long as she herself be sovereign or tolerated in another. And what answers could such a humiliated, diminished truth give to the countless sophisms of error? Secondly, the Church alone has the mission to teach this truth that sets souls free, the one and only truth, and she persuades only those souls that are filled with Jesus Christ. Where Jesus Christ is not known, man obeys man and obeys him absolutely. Where the knowledge of Jesus Christ fades away, truth declines, liberty is eclipsed, and the former tyranny comes back, spreading wider than ever. When the Church can no longer preach Jesus Christ whole and entire, when nations will no longer understand that it is necessary to obey God rather than men, when a voice will no longer rise up to profess the truth openly and without compromise, then liberty will have disappeared from the face of the earth. Then human history will be nearing its end. Nevertheless, as long as there remains one man with his faith intact, that man will be free from the bonds that enchains the world, and will hold in his hands his fate and the fate of the world. The world will exist only for his sanctification. And if this man also came to apostatize, and to say to the Antichrist, not that he is right in persecuting God, but simply that he is allowed not to use his strength to bring about God's reign, then the apostate would be uttering his own condemnation and that of the whole world. God would no longer make the sun to shine on an earth that had ceased entirely to offer up to divine truth the testimony and the adoration that are its due. Deprived of the counterweight of obedience and prayer, blasphemy itself would no longer be hurled at heaven, but would collapse immediately, tumbling by its own weight into the pit of hell. Chapter 22. Liberty, True and Royal. But the last Christian on earth will still be proclaiming the truth before the Antichrist, a royal truth that makes him a king, and the Antichrist can only treat him as a king, because his faith lifts him above the whole world and above the most terrible times. But the last word of the church militant will not be a word of apostasy. I picture to myself the last Christian confronting the supreme Antichrist at the end of those terrible days, in which the insolence of man will rejoice stupidly, and seeing the stars fall from the heavens. They bring him bound, amidst the jeering of that filth of Cain and Judas that will still pass for the human race. And truly it will be the human race. The human species exalted to the summits of science, and cast down to the lowest degree of abjection. The angels pay tribute to the star that has not fallen, and the Antichrist contemplates the only man alive who refuses to adore his lies, and to say that evil is good. Hoping still to win him over, he asks this Christian how he would like to be treated. What are we to imagine the Christian replying? What can he reply, if not that he be treated as a king? He is the last of the faithful, and the last priest. It is he who is king. He is in possession of all the heritage of Abraham, with all the heritage of Christ. In his hands, bound by chains, he holds the keys that open the door to life eternal. He can baptize, he can forgive sins, and he can give the Eucharist. The other can give only death. He is king. And I defy the Antichrist, with all his power, not to treat him as a king, since the dungeon itself is to the Christian an empire, and the gibbet a throne. If anyone asks Catholics the same question, Catholics should give the same reply. Modern liberalism would like to be anointed by the children of the Church, and it addresses them as the Saracen king addressed Louis of France, saying, "If you wish to live, make me a knight." The captive saint replied to him, "Become a Christian." Chapter 23. Third Objection. Let us find a third way. In the mortal combat between Christian revelation and modern revolution, compromise is not possible. The two exclude one another, and both scorn the third party that tries to set itself up between them and pretends to reconcile them. To this party belong liberal Catholics. True Catholics reject their false liberty. True liberals insist upon their complete apostasy. Two powers are active in the modern world and are engaged in battle: revelation and the revolution. These two powers are mutually exclusive, which is the heart of the matter. The struggle has given rise to three parties. First, the party of revelation, or the party of Christianity. At the head of Christianity, the Catholic party rises so high above contemporary ignorance and vileness that it seems not to have a body. Nonetheless, this body exists, though often it be nearly invisible, and it is indeed the most truly powerful body to be found on earth, because, independently of numbers, it is the only body truly to possess that incomparable, superhuman strength known as the faith. Secondly, the Revolutionary Party, whose so-called liberal factions are nothing but the shifting masks of revolution and its mutating, hypocritical doctrine. Thirdly, the Third Party, which pretends to control the two others, and which imagines itself strong enough to reconcile them. The Third Party goes under the name of eclecticism, and is in fact confusion, that is to say, powerless. Translator's note. Eclecticism denotes a philosophical combining of beliefs that was popular in the 19th century. It received its most definitive form from the writings of Victor Cousin, who lived from 1792 to 1867. Man will possess the truth in its integrality when he succeeds in reducing all systems of human thought into one. By the very fact that the Third Party includes the Revolution, it excludes Christianity, of which the Revolution is the absolute contradiction and the formal negation. By the very fact that the Catholic party is the affirmation of Christian truth, it denies the Revolution, which is the anti-Christian lie. It denies eclectic liberalism, which, for some of its advocates, means disguising the lie, and for others means falling victim to it. The Catholic party repudiates them. We repudiate them as our fathers repudiated idolatry, heresy, and schism. We repudiate them even should it cost us our lives. And we know that if the fight does not cost us our lives, we will not be vanquished. It is beneath the flag of the Third Party, in confusion and powerlessness, that Catholic liberalism presents its various balancing acts, which are meant to make everyone happy, but which are badly received by all concerned and are frequently rejected with mockery. On the one side, the Christians, who have their own dogmatic conception of liberty and their historical experience of it, want nothing to do with the complicated and largely awkward compromises of the third party. On the other side, the revolutionaries, liberals and eclectics, who claim to have their own church, send the third party back to the Catholic Church, whose yoke it has not yet completely shaken off. They remind the third party that the Catholic Church does not recognize it as being Catholic, and even warns against it. They make it clear that the third party's church is not theirs. Christians can only join the revolution by full-blooded apostasy. Chapter 24. The Church, Unyielding on Principles. Yet, liberal Catholics are all the time looking for words to reconcile realities that are irreconcilable. No words can do it, and some words are especially resistant. For example, privilege. The Church cannot give away her God-given rights. She can never make concessions of principle. She can at most renounce for a while a right of hers in practice, to nobody's advantage. It is saddening to see the efforts of worthy men who have rendered great services, urging Catholics to accept doctrines which the true Church condemns as compromising the rights and dignity of the Church, and which the adversaries and enemies of the Church reject as being still too imbued with the Christian spirit. All the formulas they propose, being inspired by a spirit of compromise that blurs all distinctions, meet with the same unhappy fate. They speak of the independence of the Church. This word alone is too much for the revolutionaries, who demand it to be suppressed. And at the same time, on the other side, when liberal Catholics speak of the independence of the state, Christians remark that under cover of this word, by the nature of things, they put Christian society under the civil power and make Christianity depend for its livelihood upon the good will of its enemies, who, in all circumstances, show themselves to be not only indifferent, but hostile. Not only hostile, but furious. Liberal Catholics are constantly trying to reconcile the irreconcilable, to obtain for the Church a grace that no one wants to grant it, to submit the Church to conditions of grace such as she cannot accept. No wealth of eloquence can long hide this basic, irremediable misfortune, and no words in any language have enough elasticity to draw such contradictions into agreement and hold them together. Free cooperation, reciprocal independence of the two powers, etc. What do these resounding phrases signify? It is not similar nonsense to speak of free cooperation between body and soul, or reciprocal independence of matter and spirit. There exist expressions that lend themselves less easily to being blurred. For instance, the invitation extended to the Church to renounce her privilege is one such expression offensive to a Catholic ear. For indeed, the Church is divinely constituted, and lives by her own right, not by a privilege. Whoever would have granted her such a privilege, had it not belonged to her by nature? The state? So civil society is then superior to religious society, and can legitimately take back what is generously bestowed? History, along with Christian common sense, condemns the false conception behind such a way of talking. The Church was not created by the state. On the contrary, it is she who created the state and society, and neither the state nor society bestowed any privileges on the Church. They recognize her mode of existence as prior to their own, as endowed with rights and no way deriving from them, and which they can only modify by some abuse of power, against which the public interest is bound to protest. We cannot share the state of ignorance in which the ingratitude of the revolutionaries so carefully encloses itself. We know that the Church grew in spite of pagan power, that she changed the face of the earth, that she is, in a word, the mother and teacher of Christian states, and that the superiority of their civilization is due to her principles, and depends on them to this day. We also know that the Church was able to accomplish this great work, and can defend and maintain it, only by means of the particular constitution with which God endowed her, for her to play her double part in the world as mother and queen, also mistress of the human race by her love, by her light, by her authority. And are we today to castigate the already restrained exercise of her maternal and royal supremacy as being a privilege granted by human beings, which she must finally give up? The Church has even less of a right to abdicate her privileges than society has a right to suspend them, because it is not given her to mistake the source from which they flow, and the end they must achieve. In the presence of an unbelieving or heretical state, she can bear the temporary privation of the exercise of her divine prerogatives. What she cannot do is declare that she gives up these prerogatives, and rejects as harmful or unnecessary what has been not only conferred on her, but imposed on her by God for the good of the world. When the Church signs a concordat, she does not treat with nations as a subordinate, but as a superior. It is she who does the granting. She does not receive privileges. She bestows them. She bestows them reluctantly. For if she thus avoids a greater evil, experience has proved all too often that these concessions are hardly to the general good, since nothing that weakens the Christian sense of things can turn to anyone's advantage. The argument that liberalism thinks to draw from these concessions, contrary to the general rule, is unworthy of Christian reasoning. In the first place, the Church gives away nothing when it comes to principles. She signs no treaty in which they are not preserved. In the second place, exposed to the angry blows of force, and with no other natural defense than her patience, the Church, as Joseph de Maistre profoundly observed, grants where the secular power insists what it wants, but only to everyone's disadvantage. Translator's note. Joseph de Maistre, who lived from 1753 to 1821, was a renowned Catholic writer of Savoyard origin, who vigorously defended the principle of authority. Authority comes from God. The authority of the Pope is absolute within the Church. His authority can override that of secular princes. End translator's note. Chapter 25. No liberty without the Catholic Church. Nor may liberal Catholics pretend that political liberty is the rightful basis of church liberty, because it is the other way around. So, a free church in a free state is a dangerous ambiguity. So is church freedom needs general freedom. Again, it is the other way around. Without freedom for the Church, license takes over, and finally, the secular ruler becomes God. The doctrinal teachers of Catholic liberalism flatter themselves that they are giving its true meaning to the famous maxim, a free church in a free state, when they take it to mean the freedom of the Church founded on the freedoms available to everybody. Translator's note. Veuillot, here makes reference to Montalembert's discourse at the Congress of Malines, entitled L'Église libre dans l'état libre. End translator's note. It is not thus that our ancestors understood it, remarks the English journalist, whom we have already quoted, and he cites the words of Cardinal Wiseman in his Conferences on Concordats. Our fathers were so far from fearing the liberties of the Church that they considered that to promote them was just as much to promote civil liberties. There hardly exists a civil constitution that does not base its system of freedom on the liberty of the Church and the unfettered exercise of her rights. Is it necessary, asks Mr. Lucas, to reverse the ancient order of things, and rather than base political liberties on the Christian order, seek in political liberties the basis of those of religion? The logic of this proposition makes us base the unmoving on that which moves. Let us beware of the conclusions one might draw from equivocal language. It is perilous to habituate an entire generation to bringing ambiguity into question of vital importance. And when we are too enthusiastic to point out how uprightly our enemies apply wrong principles, we ill prepare our youth to fight and survive future persecutions. It is another ambiguity to declare that the Church can only be free in the midst of general freedom. What does this mean to say, if not that the freedom of the Church depends on extrinsic causes? However, Christian society, which exists by the will of God and has for its head Jesus Christ, who guarantees that it will endure forever, cannot be otherwise than free by its nature and essence, and this freedom extends to society as a whole, on which it acts as does leavening on flour or the soul on the body. It is impossible to understand how society could be enslaved where the Church is truly free, whereas the most seemingly free society, if it allows the Church to be bound, will soon be bound itself, still more tightly, and its apparent liberty will in reality be nothing more than false liberty, or license. The police have to allow many things that true liberty would forbid, or rather would forbid itself. But these permissions given by the police are not true liberty at all, and never will be. In a society that limits the freedom of the Church, it may well be that the individual can do what he likes with his body, and none of it will be good. But as soon as he dies, he has to answer for his soul and leave his body behind. If the Church can only be free in the midst of general freedom, that means that she can only be free on the condition of seeing freedom rise up against her, to deny and destroy her by all the offenses and all the legal means that such an order of things necessarily puts in the hands of her enemies. And since she will just as surely be obliged also to renounce her supposed privileges, on the grounds that these would limit the general freedom, it follows that she will correspondingly lose the power to impose on men that interior restraint by which they become capable of living up to true liberty, and feel themselves worthy of it. It follows, inevitably, that political constraint will gain in force, and society will quickly see that fatal hour when Caesar, with the consent of general freedom, proclaims himself pontiff and God. Divus Caesar, imperator et summus pontifex. Divine Caesar, emperor and high priest. Thus, by general freedom, and the suppression of privilege that necessarily goes with it, Christianity would take a place in the world even lower than that which it occupies today. Chapter 26.
a crushing liberty, a crushing unity. In the name of freedom of conscience, liberal Catholics are crushing true liberty of conscience by insisting we conform to modern society. And they will crush all natural differences amongst men in order to unite them artificially under one secular rule. Truly, these liberal Catholics are crucifying the Church by ignoring her, or by relying on their own reason alone. Such are the affinities of every error with every other error, and such is the common tendency of particular errors toward general error, that we see Catholic liberalism so outwardly proud, inwardly groveling toward Caesarism at the same rate as the Revolution. And it is in the name of liberty of conscience that they advance toward that universal crushing of human conscience. It is imperative, say the liberal Catholics, to reconcile the principles of Christianity with those of modern society. Modern society demands it, and we must comply, accepting all its conditions, rejecting all that displeases it, and protesting against any return to those ideas with which it will have nothing more to do. But what about those who consider modern society to be in the wrong? Those who judge that this fantastical and perhaps phantom entity arrogates to itself unjust prerogatives? Those who think in that old-fashioned way, whatever their rank or their number, are meant to be silent, to bear the yoke, and to disappear from a world that they irritate by their presence. Liberal society and emancipated mankind will not put up with being contradicted by them. We must all hasten toward that false unity by which they dream of preventing the true unity the divine pastor would achieve, toward that hellish unity that will put the flock under the rod of Caesar alone. Obviously, following the example of other revolutionary teachers, the teachers of Catholic liberalism have been prevailed upon to think that one manner of living can and should be instituted in all European states. They seem to be unconcerned by the differences of race, character, religious practice, and politics that they would have to shatter and destroy in order to obtain such a uniformity. Such differences mean nothing to them. Modern society demands a sacrifice. Liberty of conscience will achieve it. Is it not imperative that we please modern society? Is it not imperative that we safeguard the liberty of perdition? As I read over these lines, the newspapers bring us words of Pius IX. They are full of sadness, and at the same time full of light and strength, and they apply to the topic of this work. I pause to listen with the respect and love that we all owe to the Father of Christians. The Holy Father has just been saying that he deplores and condemns aggression, rising immorality, and the hatred of religion and the Church. He adds this solemn warning to the faithful from different countries gathered together in Rome, March 17th, 1866. But even as I deplore and condemn, I do not forget the words of him whose representative I am on this earth, and who, in the garden of his agony, and on the cross of his sufferings, raised his dying eyes toward heaven and said, Pater, dimite illis, nesciunt enim quid faciunt. I, too, before the enemies who attack the Holy See and Catholic doctrine itself repeat, Pater, dimite illis, nesciunt enim quid faciunt, meaning,
"Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." There are two classes of men who oppose the Church. The first comprises Catholics, who respect and love her, but who criticize what issues from her. As a learned Catholic has observed, they would like to reform all the canons from the Council of Nicaea right up to the Council of Trent, starting with the decree of Pope Gelasius on Holy Scripture, and ending with the dogma of the Immaculate Conception. They find that everything is to be reworked, and everything corrected. They are Catholics, and they claim to be our friends, but they forget the respect that is due to the authority of the Church, and if they do not take heed and promptly retrace their steps, I fear that they may slide down that slope into the abyss where the second class of our adversaries has already fallen. This class is the more open and the more dangerous. It comprises philosophers, all those who wish to attain to truth and justice by the sole use of their reason. But they suffer from what the Apostle to the Gentiles, St. Paul, described 18 centuries ago: semper dicentes et nunquam ad cogitationem veritatis pervenientes, always learning and never arriving at knowledge of the truth. They search, and through the truth seems to flee before them. They are always announcing to us a new era in which the human mind, unassisted, will disperse the darkness. Pray for these men who have gone astray, you who have not fallen into the same errors. You are truly the disciples of Him who said, "Ego sum via veritatis et vita." I am the way, the truth, and the life. You also know that not everyone is called upon to interpret His divine word, and that it is not up to philosophers to explain His doctrine. That is reserved to His ministers, whom He entrusted with the mission of teaching when He told them, "Qui vos audit me audit." Who hears you, hears me. When you will speak to men, it is my voice that they will hear. Chapter 27. Anti-Catholicism, Overestimated and Undervalued. Modern society is not as godless as some people pretend, so we need not cower before it, as liberal Catholics would have us do. And even if it were violently anti-Catholic, what does that matter so long as the truth survives? Let each of us do his part, however little, to testify to the truth, and so it will continue to make its own way in the future. It would prolong these remarks needlessly if I were to pause here and consider the vague monster known as modern society, to find out if it really demands all that people say it does, and if its material strength, something quite different in the case from intellectual strength, is as considerable and as overwhelming as they would have us believe. Good reasons, factual reasons, are not lacking to question the depth of this torrent, for all its noise and violence. We can hear it all right, and we well know that it threatens to sweep away the Church and anyone defending the Church's integrity. Nevertheless, speaking for myself, I am ready to believe that modern society, in France and elsewhere, still contains a good deal of Catholic sap, pure and undiluted, and that Europe is by no means ready to abandon Christianity, except for a certain upper layer of society, perhaps consisting of more froth than substance. I cannot admit that the political, literary, and artistic groups, who decree that Christ and his law have come and gone, have deeper roots in French soil, and better represent the heart of the nation than its numerous and glorious clergy, countless good works, and the generous and inexhaustible zeal that has showered the land with benefits and monuments. One may disagree, arguing from the scandalous success of a godless book or some anti-Christian journal. This kind of success is to be deplored, no doubt, but it does not constitute an irrefutable proof. In the course of 1864 and 1865, more churches were built in France than there were editions of the blasphemies of Mr. Renan. The churches raise high their steeples, crowned with the cross. The work of the blasphemer has been trampled beneath the indifferent feet of the faithful once and for all. Translator's note. Ernest Renan, who lived from 1823 to 1892, was a rationalist, famous for his Life of Jesus, written in 1863, which sought to discover the historical Jesus, as opposed to Jesus Christ, the object of our faith. End translator's note. And who in our modern world can doubt what a political scandal would arise if the state were to suppress the age, for example, or imprison for a religious act the bishop of the diocese in which the age has the most readers? Translator's note. La Cycle, or The Age, was a political daily founded in 1846 by Mr. Ducac. It was in favor of a constitutional monarchy, like that of Louis Philippe, but was virulently anti-clerical. With the Revolution of 1848, it shifted its favor to the Republic, then opposed itself to the Second Empire. It became more moderate in 1874, when Jules Simon took over its political direction. But it lost popularity and finally disappeared in 1917. The Solidaires were advocates of the political doctrines of solidarisme, or solidarity, founded by the French socialist Pierre Leroux, who lived from 1797 to 1871. Their official goal and rallying cry was to replace Christian charity with human solidarity. The group became much more radical under the leadership of Léon Bourgeois, who lived from 1851 to 1925. End translator's note. Joseph de Maistre wrote, at the beginning of this century, natural to the way France is governed to the national ideas of the French peoples, there is a certain indefinable element that is theocratic and religious, and which is forever coming into play. But I will not belabor this point, which has no bearing on the duty of Catholics. Let us take the worst possible scenario. Let us grant that the irreligious torrent possesses all the force it boasts of, and that this force can sweep us away. So be it. The torrent of the age will sweep us away. That means little, provided it does not sweep away the truth. We will be swept away, and we will leave the truth behind us, as they did who were swept away before us. Today, however, in spite of the torrent, we still cling to the truth, ever new, and we embrace it. We have stepped into that heritage of truth that supposedly has no future, and have come to know how fresh and fruitful it is. Let our efforts do no more than sow the salt that renders fertile, and harvest the grain of sand that sets a limit to the sea. Just as our fathers preserved this refuge for ourselves, we will preserve it for generations yet unborn. The world either has a future or it has not. If we are approaching the end of time, then we need only build for eternity, if long ages are yet to unfold. Then by building for eternity, we'll have built for time. In the face of the sword or in the face of mockery, let us but be firm witnesses to God's truth, and our testimony will remain. There is a garden that grows irresistibly beneath the hand of the Heavenly Father. Wherever the seed is sown, the tree takes root. Wherever the martyr leaves his bones, there grows up a church. Thus are formed the obstacles that divide up and halt torrents. In these times of sterility, after 15 centuries, we are still living off the grain harvested in the catacombs.
Chapter 28. The Spirit of the Age Sent Packing. And the so-called spirit of modernity is false. It has no rights that we need recognize against truth. Its falsity will finish by disgusting those who are cowed by it, and it will have no part to play when Catholics come to rebuilding Catholic society. Its only strength lies in Catholics' weak belief in that truth which strikes it down. The revolutionary Sphinx, assuming the name of the spirit of modernity, proposes a number of riddles, over which liberal Catholics spend more time puzzling than is fitting for the dignity of the children of Christ. Moreover, not one of them responds in a manner that satisfies the Sphinx, or himself, or anyone else. And it is to be noted that the monster devours first of all those whom it flatters that they have answered best. How little self-respect and how little faith remain in those men! They come, not without arrogance, in the name of the Sphinx, and in their own name, to inquire how intolerant Catholicism reckons to adapt to the conquests of the spirit of revolt, to its rights of man, religious liberty, the political constitutions based thereon, etc., etc. Nothing could be less of a mystery. First, the spirit of revolt, whatever its degree or nature, assumes an undue posture of superiority that we refuse to recognize. Error is neither the sovereign nor even the equal of truth. It has no right to impose anything on truth, nor to do anything against it. Consequently, the disciples of error, infidels, unbelievers, atheists, and renegades, are neither the masters nor the legitimate equals of the disciples of Jesus Christ, the one God. Between the rabble that gathers around error and the perfect society formed by the Church of Christ, the obligations from the standpoint of inalterable right are absolutely not the same. We know perfectly well to whom it was said, "Go and teach." I note in passing that this commandment is identical to the great Crescite, "Go forth and multiply," pronounced in the beginning of all things. And these two commands are alive and active, in spite of the ruses and triumphs of death. Error has nothing to teach divine right, nor does it possess the divine right to increase and multiply. Truth may tolerate error, but error must grant truth its liberty. Secondly, since the partisans of error have gained the upper hand and enthroned in the world their so-called principles of the negation of truth, and consequently the destruction of all order, we leave them to their false principles until they are quite disgusted with them or die by them, and we hold to our truths by which we live. Thirdly, when the time comes for truth to prevail and for the social edifice to be rebuilt according to the eternal rules, whether it be tomorrow or centuries from now,
Catholics will organize all things as they would for themselves, without worrying about those who would prefer to dwell with death. They will set up laws of life. They will put Jesus Christ in his rightful place on top, and he will be insulted no longer. They will raise children to know God and honor their fathers. They will maintain the indissolubility of marriage, and if the dissidents are displeased with that, their children, on the contrary, will appreciate it. They will impose religious observance of Sunday on behalf of society as a whole and for its good, reserving the right to let Jews and free thinkers celebrate Monday or Saturday on their own behalf. Those that this law may bother will be bothered. Respect will no longer be refused to the Creator, nor rest to the creature, for the sole purpose of contenting a few fanatics, whose frenzy causes an entire people to sin foolishly and with insolence. Moreover, their houses will be more solid for it, like our own, and their fields more fertile. In a word, Catholic society will be Catholic, and the dissidents that it will tolerate will experience its charity, but will not break up its unity. So much for what one can respond to the Sphinx in the name of Catholics, and there are words that will kill it. The Sphinx is not invulnerable. We possess the weapons needed against it. The Archangel did not vanquish the rebel with material weapons, but with 3 words: Quis ut Deus, who is as God. And Satan fell, struck down by a flash of light. Chapter 29. Fourth objection. Compromise bears fruit. By letting it prevail through the complete separation of church and state, liberal Catholics pretend that Catholics will be left in peace to practice their religion. What an illusion! The anti-Catholics will still come after them tooth and nail. Alas, liberal Catholics are blind to the realities of past, present, or future. In short, the liberal Catholic party accepts the break between civil society and the society of Jesus Christ. It finds the break good and wants it to be final. It believes that the Church will gain peace by it, and will even triumph later on. However, the perspectives of triumph are only presented to intolerant Catholics, and in a low voice. So let us leave to one side for now the triumph and see if liberal Catholicism will even just achieve peace. Certainly, this liberal church, a church perfectly of its time, since it cannot reasonably be suspected of obeying Rome, ought to cease to irritate or alarm the generous souls that have resolved finally to be over and done with the papal ulcer. From this point on, why should not Catholics become like everyone else and obtain the benefits of scorn? They will be scorned, is the proposal of liberal Catholics, but they will be left in peace. They will go about their religious duties just like the rest of their business. The age will no more cry clericalism against the parishioner of Saint Sulpice than against the literary sheep of the Reverend Cockerell. Translator's note. The parish of Saint Sulpice in Paris was synonymous with orthodoxy and piety. Father Ollier took over its direction in 1641, and became the center of a spiritual renewal in the city and the nation, and the base of the religious society of Saint Sulpice. Pastor Athanase Cockerell, who lived from 1795 to 1868, was a French Protestant clergyman who preached at the Reformed Church of Paris. He founded and edited several liberal
periodicals. End translator's note. To be sufficiently nothing to live in peace with the rest of the world seems surely not too much to hope for, yet it is still asking too much. Even if, by means of charm or force, liberal Catholics manage to suppress integral Catholics, I can tell them that they would not succeed in attracting that perfect scorn to which they aspire. A little thought will serve to convince them how reliable this forecast is, and will force them to recognize on their own their cherished illusion for what it is. I simply leave to one side the bizarre and unheard-of notion that one can create an atheistic government to rule a society free of all atheists. I hold my peace concerning the cruelty of wishing to deprive the nation of justice, gentleness, and respect for Christian rule, to the point that they could never again have saints for kings. I do not insist on the liberal Catholic scorn for the historical and religious lessons condemning governmental indifference between good and evil, and proving it besides to be no more than a pipe dream. The illusion of liberal Catholics goes still further. It not only has the power to twist history, the Bible, and religion, and to bend even human nature out of shape, it takes from them any just appreciation of the present in the same way that it deprives them of any understanding of the past or vision of the future. They no longer see what is happening, no longer hear what is being said, and no longer know what they themselves have done. They misunderstand the workings of their own heart, like they misunderstand everything else. Chapter 30. The Revolution Scorns Compromise. The reality is that true liberals are full-blooded revolutionaries, who have no time for liberal Catholicism and its weakness. Liberal Catholicism binds nobody from outside into the Catholic Church. It serves merely from inside the Church to let Catholics out, while the worldwide fury of the revolution against God continues to mount. If there is something perfectly obvious, it is that non-Christian liberals, revolutionaries to a man, want nothing to do with liberal Catholics, any more than with any other Catholics. They say it directly, without cease, in every tone of voice. The age has made repeated declarations that leave nothing unsaid, and that clearly find an audience. No more Christianity. Let there be no more talk of it! Such is the cry of the revolution wherever it prevails. And where does it not prevail in Europe? What revolutionary ever protested against Garibaldi's savage howls, against the more cold-blooded propositions of Mr. Quinet, demanding that Catholicism be smothered in filth? Translator's note. Giuseppe Garibaldi, who lived from 1807 to 1882, was instrumental in the final unification of Italy under a Freemasonic government. He marched on Rome in 1870 under the orders of King Victor Emmanuel and made Pius IX the prisoner of the Vatican, despoiling the papacy of the remainder of its lands and allowing the transfer to Rome of the capital of the Kingdom of Italy. Edgar Quinet, who lived from 1803 to 1875, was a long-time deputy to the National Assembly and a professor at the University of Lyons. He was famous as a militant anti-Catholic, particularly hostile to the Jesuits. End translator's note. Against the inept impiety of those zealous who band together to refuse the sacraments? And as any revolutionary group or personality
yet been mild enough to be converted by the programs, advances, caresses, or sadly, it must be said, frailties of liberal Catholics? In vain have liberal Catholics denied their brothers, scorned papal bulls, and explained away or disdained encyclicals. These excesses earn them scant praise and humiliating encouragements, but no converts. To date, the liberal chapel has no entry door from outside, and seems to be no better than an exit door from inside to let people out of the Catholic Church. The explosion of hatred continues in the camp of the anti-Catholic liberals. It ignites a sort of fury in the midst of the world, not only against the Church, but against the very idea of God. The heads of the parties now governing Europe can generally be seen rivaling with one another to shatter all union between man and God. Among the schismatics, the heretics, and even the infidels, any contact with European civilization entails the house of God being plundered. For instance, the Muslim state is seizing the goods of the mosque, just as elsewhere the Christian state is seizing ecclesiastical property. God must not possess the smallest ounce of his creation, whatever name he takes and under whatever title he makes his claims. Such is the world in which liberal Catholics imagine they will find devoted defenders and honest guardians of Catholic liberty. Chapter 31. Compromise achieves nothing. 20 to 30 years ago, in circumstances more favorable, we Catholics tried compromise. We asked only for liberty. And what did we gain? Except for a few minor concessions that did not last, we gained nothing. Nothing. We are now like strangers in a foreign land, but we are not subversives. Are we to be denied the liberty to wish things were different? Some liberty. Yet the liberal Catholics' own experience is against them. We have the right to speak of it. We shared that experience. We had the same goals, the same feelings as they did. The experience took a long time. The times seemed as favorable then as they seem unfavorable now. Though we were few in number, our unity made us strong. The Constitution then in force made us a force to be reckoned with. It gave us advantages for which we were grateful, and promises we wanted to believe, and that drew us on more than its refusals put us off. Translator's note. The Constitution, or Charte, to which Veuillot refers is that published by King Louis XVIII, who lived from 1755 to 1824, in 1814, after his return to France with the defeat of Napoleon and the restoration of the Bourbon monarchy. The Constitution assured equal liberty under the law for all citizens, and was even more liberally interpreted under the July monarchy of Louis Philippe, 1830 to 1848. When Veuillot speaks of various constitutions as liberal victories and signs of hope, he undoubtedly refers to the various declarations of the rights of man emanating from the French Revolution, promising liberty, fraternity, and equality, as well as to the constitutions of Louis XVIII, 1814, and of Louis Philippe, 1830, symbolic of a departure from the ancient regime of appointed monarchs and leading nobility. End translator's note. Whoso desired that the Constitution be true? Who could have been better disposed? Who put his hopes in it more sincerely and more ardently than we did? Always maintaining our rejection of the revolutionary doctrine and principle, what were we rejecting in practice?
What did we ask beyond the power to oppose liberty to liberty? We did not form an isolated party, nor one of little importance. We had princes of the Church at our head, one above all, as eminent by his character and by his talent as he was by his position. He was the Bishop of Langres, who has just died while occupying the See of Arras, beloved of God and honored of men. Bishop Paresis studied this question of the harmony between religion and liberty, less to know what the Church must hold on to than to understand what she may give up. A text which received his approval sums up the program of the Catholic party. The Catholics have declared to the leaders, the intellectuals, and the priests who hold modern ideas: we accept your dynasties and your constitutions. We leave you your spoils. We only ask you one thing, and that is our strict right, even in your eyes, liberty. We wish to fight and to convince you by liberty alone. Cease to subject us to your monopolies, your hindrances, and your prohibitions. Let us teach freely, as you do. Let us associate freely for the works of God, as you do for the works of the world. Open all careers to the noble aspirations that you seem only able to deal with by restrictions or compromises. And do not fear our liberty. It will cleanse and save your own. Where we are not free, no one shall long be free. Translator's note. Declaration by the author concerning Bishop Paresis. Pierre-Louis Paresis died the year Veuillot was writing The Liberal Illusion. He had launched the battle for academic freedom in 1843 by his brochure, Academic Freedom, an investigation of the issue from a constitutional and social viewpoint. Napoleon Bonaparte had organized the educational system under the control of the state and its university. Catholics had managed to bypass this monopoly to a certain extent, and the question of a law favorable to Catholics was not a novelty. Louis Veuillot seconded Bishop Paresis' efforts to rally Catholics into a united front by means of his newspaper, The Universe. The battle for such a law did not seem to unite all French Catholics, whatever had been their loyalties. But the victory of 1850 with the Veuillot law, after Frederick, Count of Veuillot, 1811 to 1886, Minister of Public Instructions and Religious Affairs from 1848 to 49, and principal author of the law, polarized the debate between liberal Catholics and non-liberals. Bishop Dupanloup and Montalembert were members of the commission that drafted the law. Thiers would have signed the direction of all primary schools over to the clergy, but the liberal Catholics did not want the Church to have a privilege over other groups. Thus Catholics were given considerable freedom to found Catholic institutions, but the monopoly of the state was confirmed in principle, and the state gained the right to oversee every school and its curriculum, even those formally exempt, such as minor seminaries. The academic liberty of the Church depended on the goodwill of the state, and the Veuillot law later permitted an anti-clerical government to suppress religious education entirely at the end of the 19th century and well into the 20th. End translator's note. That is what we asked for, and without trying to praise or denigrate anyone beyond his due, our adversaries in that battle were more serious, more sincere, more enlightened, and more reasonable men than our adversaries today. Among them were Guizot, Thiers, Cousin, Villemain, Broglie, Salvandi, and their head, King Louis Philippe. None of these leaders of the party in power were irreligious or anti-Christian fanatics, such as we have seen since. Their subsequent attitude proved that,
to their honor. What is more, they believed in liberty, or at least they wanted to believe in it. Yet what did we obtain from them, from their wisdom, their moderation, and their sincerity? Alas! It is as simple to tally up it as a bitter thing to say. We obtained nothing, strictly nothing, nothing at all. Then, in 1848, an upheaval occurred, which frightened them, and the fright succeeded where reason, justice, and the Constitution had failed. Under the shock of fright, they allowed us some small gains, but with the scarcely hidden intent to reduce or annul these advantages soon after. The storm passed. Those of our adversaries it had humbled showed no spectacular signs of a conversion, but those who reared their heads again seemed unable to forgive themselves for having been frightened by the thunder. In general, they now seemed more hostile than ever. Translator's note. King Louis Philippe, who lived from 1773 to 1850, of the House of Orleans, the citizen king, embraced these liberal principles when he was brought into power by the Revolution of 1830 against the conservative King Charles X, and a constitutional monarchy was established. The catastrophe refers to the deposition of Louis Philippe and the Socialist Revolution of 1848, followed by the establishment of the Second Republic. The men Veuillot names were political figures involved in the debate for academic freedom. Not all were openly anti-Catholic. François Guzenot, who lived from 1787 to 1874, was Minister of Foreign Affairs, then Prime Minister under Louis Philippe. He had presented a law for academic reform in 1836, giving the Church control over primary schools, and did not believe that the law of 1850 was satisfactory for the Church. Adolphe Thiers, who lived from 1797 to 1877, was a long-time minister under Louis Philippe, then first president of the Third Republic. Bishop de Panlou won him over to the Catholic cause as he understood it, and he helped negotiate the Fallow Law. Victor Cousin was a liberal author and politician who wished to maintain the state monopoly, but who, like Thiers, was later influenced by Bishop de Panlou to a greater cooperation in forging a law acceptable to liberal Catholics. Abel François Villemain, who lived from 1790 to 1870, Minister of Public Instruction under Louis Philippe, drafted a similar law in 1844, judged insufficient by many Catholics, including Veuillot. Jacques-Victor Albert, Duke of Broglie, who lived from 1821 to 1901, was a liberal Catholic, friend of Montalembert. Narcisse Achille Salvandi, who lived from 1795 to 1856, was Minister of Public Instruction under Louis Philippe. He too had proposed a law for educational reform in 1847. End translator's note. Have we, then, changed our ideas and taken back our previous practical support and cooperation for modern society? The liberal Catholics claim we have, but they delude themselves. We said then, and we say today, that the philosophical basis of modern constitutions is ruinous, and that it exposes nations to certain danger. Never have we said that one may or should use violence to change that basis, nor that one should never lend practical support to these constitutions, insofar as they are not contrary to the laws of God. Rather, quite independently of our own volition, the state of affairs is one in which we find ourselves to be like strangers in a foreign land, observing the general laws that regulate public life, exercising the rights of a citizen and fulfilling the obligations incumbent upon us, but refraining from entering the temples to offer incense. The author of these pages, if he may allow himself to propose such an example, has long practiced the liberty of the press, and asks to exercise it still, but for all that he does not in least believe, nor has he ever believed, that the liberty of the press is a good thing in itself. In short, we hold nearly the same line of conduct regarding these constitutions as citizens in general hold with regard to taxation. We pay our taxes while asking that they be reduced. We obey the constitutions while asking that they be improved. We make no more fuss than that, as liberal Catholics well know. If that is still too much, if we are meant always to pay our taxes without ever finding them heavy, if we are meant to transfer to modern constitutions the religious belief we are now meant to refuse to supposedly out-of-date dogmas, if the only improvement we are meant to wish for is a more radical departure from any Christian ideas, then what liberty will we have left? And if that is all the liberty that liberal Catholics will have, what advantages do they think they will get out of it? Chapter 32. Fifth Objection. Glorious French Revolution. As for the immortal principles of 1789, the distinctions which liberal Catholics reasonably try to make are utterly rejected by true liberals, for whom the French Revolution is like a religious creed. Yet, as a creed, it is impossible to define, and when one tries, one finds that anything good in it predated the Revolution, i.e., was Catholic. They gladly swear by the principles of 89. They even call them the immortal principles. That is the shibboleth that gives entry to the camp of greater liberalism. But it has to be pronounced in a certain way, and our Catholics have not quite got it, for they are coldly received in spite of their efforts. Even those who have got farthest into the liberal camp are still in quarantine. I congratulate them for it. To have the accent just right, it is first necessary to understand and accept the thing completely. But if they choose to understand the thing completely, I dare say they would not accept it. What are these principles or conquests or ideas of 89? These three words already represent three gradations, or rather three different doctrines, and there are many others. Such and such a liberal Catholic carefully distinguishes between principles and conquests. Another accepts both conquests and principles. A third rejects both conquests and principles and accepts only ideas. Pure liberals, that is to say, liberals with no tinge of Christianity, detest these distinctions, which they bitterly qualify as Jesuitical. The ideas, principles, and conquests of 1789 are, for pure liberals, articles of faith and dogmas, and together they constitute the creed of 1789. But no one recites this creed as such, and if anyone ever wrote it, all out for his personal satisfaction, I defy him to recopy it without modifying it, and above all to find a kindred spirit of 89, who would not propose his own amendments. There is nothing more laborious or more fruitless than a journey in quest of the principles of 89. One comes up with a considerable number of hollow words, banalities, and empty phrases. Mr. Cousin, having undertaken to reveal those mysteries that bear the dread and blessed name of the principles of the French Revolution, reduces them to three: national sovereignty, the emancipation of the individual or justice, the progressive diminution of ignorance, misery and vice, or civil charity. Tocqueville, Translator's note. Alexis de Tocqueville, who lived from 1805 to 59, Catholic statesman and noble involved in the struggle for Catholic freedom under Louis Philippe. End translator's note. Does not contradict Mr. Cousin. He simply demonstrates without difficulty that 89 did not invent those values, nor anything good and acceptable that may go under the name of 89. All such things existed under the former French Constitution, more than just the seeds of them, and their development would have been more general and more solid if the Revolution had not laid its hand upon them, or rather its knife. As for national sovereignty before 89, France heartily believed herself to be an independent nation, and as for justice, there were already certain glimmers of equality before the law, thanks to the well-established practice of equality before God. As for civil charity, true charity manifested itself by a significant number of charitable institutions and congregations. Public education was more broad-minded, more solid, and more widespread than it is today. It is also certain that the Catholic religion has never been considered the enemy of the courts, hospitals, or colleges. When we were battling the state's monopoly over universities, it was in order to open schools and found universities. When we were battling for the freedom to find charitable works, we made no victims among the unfortunate. We never asked that a right be infringed upon, nor that a crime escape prosecution because of the rank of the criminal. If, then, the principles of 89 are those named by Mr. Cousin, and what does the Catholic faith contradict them? Catholics, liberal and non-liberal alike, have not only respected, but practiced and defended them. Chapter 33. The Essence of 1789. Away with God. In fact, the one essential principle of 1789 is to get rid of God, of Jesus Christ, and the Catholic Church. Liberal Catholics do not mean to get to that point, but just as Protestantism unfolded from partial to total denial of Christianity, so liberal Catholics will unfold from partial to total acceptance of the Revolution. With error, it is difficult to backtrack. However, the time has come to penetrate the inner secret of 89, and to expose that doctrine in the name of which the liberal Catholic faith must cease either to be liberal or to be Catholic. There is one principle of 89 which remains the revolutionary principle par excellence. It alone contains within it the revolution and all its principles. A man is not a revolutionary until he embraces it, and he ceases to be a revolutionary the moment he abjures it, be it for membership or exclusion. This principle is the deciding factor. It raises a wall of separation between revolutionaries and Catholics, through which the liberal Catholic Peremuses and the revolutionary Thisbes can do more than sigh in vain. This unique principle of 89 is what the revolutionary tract of the conservatives of 1830 calls the secularization of society. It is what the revolutionary frankness of the age, of the Solidaires, and of Mr. Quinet. Translator's note. Edgar Quinet, who lived from 1803 to 1875, was a professor at the University of Lyons and deputy to the National Assembly. He denounced the Jesuits in a controversial lecture, and advocated the complete elimination of church influence as a prerequisite for political freedom. End translator's note. Brutally calls the driving out of the theocratic principle. It is the break with the Church, with Jesus Christ, and with God. The casting out of all recognition, influence, or appearance of the idea of God within human society. To tell the truth, the liberal Catholic principle does not need much pushing to arrive at the same point. It reaches that point by the same route, the same steps, the same practical necessities, and the same suggestions of pride that led from the Protestant principle of individual interpretation of Scripture to the denial of the divinity of our Lord. The fathers of the Reformation did not set themselves the goal toward which tends their posterity, and one may say that the boldest among them could not have imagined such an eventuality without a feeling of horror. Nonetheless, they kept more than enough of the dogma of our Lord's divinity to force human reason to accept the rest of it. So their descendants denied it in no uncertain terms, and deny it still. They hacked away at all the branches, where the dogmatic sap still produced a natural, that is to say, Catholic, bud. Finally, hacking away at the trunk and finding that indefectible truth poured forth just the same, and still cried out to them that they should be Catholic, they said, "Let us tear out the very roots and cease to be Christian in order to stay Protestant." Much the same thing happened to the philosophical schools of antiquity when they decided to resist Christianity. By a process of reduction to the absurd, their logic forced them to revive the pagan gods, to deny all truth and pretend to believe all madness. In our own day, philosophies cut off from religion go so far as to imply there is no objective moral order in order to give human wisdom the honor of reinventing a moral order independently of religion. The university, under Louis Philippe, announced to us the simplest of truths. For 3 centuries, it has been the work of man's reason and human society to achieve that split which the French Revolution established once and for all in our customs and in our institutions. Alas! Error alone would be nothing. The great danger to the human mind is the desire to be right. And once our mind lets go of the check of obedience, this danger becomes paramount. Quia omnis qui fecit peccatum servus est peccati. Whoever committeth sin is the servant of sin. This is as true of doctrinal sin as it is of acts of sin. Error enslaves. Chapter 34. Bad Principles War upon Good Instincts. However, liberal Catholics are reluctant to go all the way with the Revolution, which is why the Revolution will never trust them. It knows that from being partly Catholic, they are always liable to go back to being fully Catholic. So where does that leave them? They are acceptable neither to true Catholics nor to true liberals. Our liberal Catholics sense the danger of the doctrine of 89. Hence those distinctions by which they strive to avoid its practical consequences, and to put together a version of 89 that renders them somewhat revolutionary without their ceasing to be Catholic. But what they are undertaking is to reconcile good and evil, which is more than any man can do. That is why they pronounce the shibboleth so badly, and why the Revolution refuses them entry. The Revolution is more fair to them than they are to themselves. It knows by instinct that they are Catholic, and does them the honor of not believing them when they try to convince it that they are so little Catholic that outside of the Church no one will notice that they are still Catholic, and that they will play the role of an atheist very well, in that ideal form of government without religion and without God. Yet, way back in 1830, who could have guessed that Mr. Dupin, translator's note, Baron Charles Dupin, who lived from 1784 to 1873, was Minister of Public Instruction under Louis Philippe in 1836, and translator's note, was raising the Catholic banner of the future when he boasted that his government was a government that did not go to confession. However, Mr. Dupin himself went to confession, and the Revolution did not trust him, and to this day it distrusts all liberal Catholics. It knows how it means to apply its own principles. It knows that Catholics will resist even to their last breath, that they will become disenchanted and retract, and that these halfway rebels will end up being ready to shed their lives' blood to build up the Catholic Church, which they are now pretending to tear down. If a man has done no more than receive baptism, the full-blooded liberal Quinet will not let him into liberal society until he has renounced it. This flash of foresight is accurate and profound. It shows that Mr. Quinet has a certain idea of the power of baptism, that he is aware of the incompatibility that exists between liberal society and the society of Jesus Christ. Liberal society will therefore outlaw baptism, and, of course, if any baptized person manages to escape from the catacombs, it will take care to keep him from speaking to the apostates, because the apostates themselves would soon cease to be trustworthy. With such a perspective, what hope remains to liberal Catholics? They will say that they do not have the same idea of liberty as Mr. Quinet has. We are well aware of that. Everyone is aware of it. But everyone will cry out that it is Mr. Quinet who has the right idea of liberty. Chapter 35. Liberal Catholicism, an Illusion and a Luxury. Put into practice, liberal Catholicism can only mean endless divisions, with dissidents appealing to the state, until finally heretics or atheists of the state take over. Also, by allowing for an irreligious ruling class, liberal Catholicism ruins religion amongst the lower classes, who absolutely need example from above. When something is impossible, there is no point in studying whether it is practical. I will not try to show liberal Catholics what insurmountable difficulties they face in setting up a liberal Catholic Church. I would seem to be insulting common sense, and the future contingencies I would have to point out, just like the past memories I would have to evoke, would make what I am writing unworthy of the gravity of the subject and the sincerity of the men I am fighting. I will merely mention the divisions that would break out in these liberal Catholic churches, the immediate, unceasing, and painful struggle against dissidents who would be paying no more attention to excommunications than the government itself, and who would be litigating to obtain possession of religious buildings. Men would soon be asking the state for a civil constitution, as the Protestants have just done, to make the state straightway into the pontiff and arbiter of the faith. That is when the clauses favoring the state would begin to multiply. Simply look at what is now happening in Switzerland, where the worthy and virtuous Bishop of Basel, persecuted by the government, is still more grievously persecuted by a group of his own people, who pride themselves on giving him a lesson in tolerance. Behold, liberal Catholicism in action! Without a doubt, it is of all these things the most odious, the most revolting, and the most ridiculous. Yet, what remedy is to be found in the liberal system? Either the state, faithful to its role, stays aloof from the effort to calm the dissension stirred up by liberal Catholicism, and the bishop is obliged to compromise or flee, while the faithful are oppressed by the dissidents, or else the state intervenes, because it chooses to do so, and then it lays down the law as master, and as a hostile master. There we shall have a pontiff who is not only secular, but a heretic, an atheist. Simply food for thought. I wonder if this consequence is really so far off. I would not hesitate to say that liberal Catholicism is an error of the rich. It would never occur to a man who had lived among the people and seen the countless difficulties that the truth encounters, today more than ever, and reaching down and trying to maintain itself amongst the lower classes, where it has need of every protection, particularly that of example from the upper classes. The people attach a certain idea of intellectual merit to wealth, strength, and authority. It is difficult to persuade the lower classes that they should be Christian when the upper classes are not. And the upper classes partly share this idea, because the moral advancement of their inferiors offends and irritates them, and they soon come to detest it. Hence the burning zeal, the foolish, criminal zeal, with which so many wretches labor to destroy religion in the souls of their subordinates. Should the state cease officially to practice religion? Should it break with and refuse to participate in religious ceremonies? Should that be spoken of and noticed? It would already be a form of persecution, and perhaps the most dangerous. It would not soon be noticed in the city. The rich, for a while, would not even notice it at all. But in the countryside, the state turning atheist would be a major disaster. I am saying nothing about any other consequences of the atheism of the state. I am limiting myself simply to the effects of the example given. Consider what it would mean in a country that has been Catholic for so many centuries, were the badge of the policeman to become more sacred in the eyes of the multitude than the stole of the parish priest. Chapter 36. Let us rally around the Pope. So liberal Catholicism has no value for the Church, and no future, except for weak minds and souls. In these terrible times, the solution is for true Catholics to rally around the man of God who is the Pope, obeying his directives without questioning. Obedience to the rock of Peter will make it solid once more. It is all too obvious that in the present state of the world, liberal Catholicism is of no value, either as a doctrine or as a means of defending religion. That it is as incapable of ensuring a lasting peace for the Church as it is of obtaining for her the slightest advantage or the slightest glory. It was only ever an illusion, and all that remains of it now is stubbornness and pretense. We can predict its fate. Quickly abandoned by noble minds, which gave it a certain superficial attraction, its future is to be swallowed up in the general heresy. May the followers it drags with it not be transformed into ardent persecutors, according to the standard illogic of weak minds overcome by the spirit of conciliation. Some minds seem to have been made for error, as some temperaments seem made for illness. Anything unhealthy, passing by, attaches to them. They are swept away by the first puff of wind, by the first deceitful argument. They are the share, the spoils, the plaything of the powers of the air, the demons, and they can be defined as antiquity defined slaves. Non tam viles quam nulli. Not so much low as simply nobodies. Let us not so much try to convince them as to give them an example that they may preserve them. In line with the faith, reason cries out to us to unite and strengthen ourselves through obedience. To whom shall we go? Liberals and non-liberals alike, all of us struck by the dreadful unrest of these times, know only one thing for certain, that the only man who knows anything at all is that man to whom God is always present, the man who has the mind of God. We must rally together around the Supreme Pontiff, follow his directives without faltering, and proclaim with him those truths that will alone save our souls and the world. We must refrain from all endeavor to make his words fit our own mindset. When the Supreme Pontiff has made known a pastoral decision, no one has the right to add or take away the smallest letter. Non addere non minuere. What he affirms is true forever. Any other course of action will only end by dividing us further until we break up. That would be the greatest misfortune of all. The so-called liberal doctrines have weakened our ranks. Before they came along, helped on their way, alas, by a political upset, we might have been few in number, but we were still something. We formed a block. Reduce this block as much as you like, even granting it were little more than a pebble. At least this pebble had its own consistency and weight. Liberalism has split and crumbled it into dust. I doubt we can even say it takes up more room. Dispersion is not extension. In any case, 100, 1,000 bushels of dust will never provide what it takes to charge one slingshot. Let us today strive for one thing and one thing only: to obey, obey, obey. Obedience will give us back our rock-like solidity, and on this rock, Hanc Petram, the truth will set its conquering foot. Chapter 37. Catholics, Grim and Glorious Prospects. The liberal illusion is a wretched affair that cannot for long deceive noble hearts. If modern times seem to hold out for us nothing but a long series of defeats, we have nevertheless a glorious role assigned to us by God, to keep the faith alight until it can once more set the world on fire. When I began to write these pages, it was with a feeling of bitterness and anguish that I no longer feel as I close. The liberal illusion is not only hollow in its core, but it counsels such lies and weakness as reveal its wretched origin. The false dignity in which it wraps itself whenever it should obey is not sufficient to disguise the flattery it hands out whenever it ought to resist. It cannot forever delude souls made for true greatness. Among Catholics, an ardent sense of right and a nobility of heart correct the shortcomings of the mind. If this age seems to promise a long period of unremarkable battles, with no apparent victory and degradations of every kind, if we are to be mocked, ridiculed, and excluded from society, if we are, in a martyrdom of scorn, to suffer the triumph of fools, the rule of the wicked, and the glory of knaves, nevertheless, God has, for his part, set aside for his faithful a role whose fruitful and enduring splendor they will neither mistake nor refuse. He gives into their charge his humbled and belittled truth, as we would put an altar candle in the hands of a child, and he orders them to brave the storm, because, provided their faith does not fail, the living flame will not only stay alight, it will not so much as waver. No, it will not be extinguished, nor will it waver. The earth may cover us in dust, the ocean may drench us in foam, we may be trampled underfoot by the beasts they set on us, yet still we shall pass through this evil age in human history. The small glimmer placed in our torn hands will not have gone out. It will serve to rekindle the divine fire. Chapter 38. Everything is at stake. Let us obey Christ's vicar. The papacy, Christianity, all mankind are at stake. The world on its present course is imperiling the future of all three. And shall we be calling into question the decisions of the Vicar of Christ? Let us obey him in order to save for all men the truth, and with it, true liberty, equality, and fraternity. What a misfortune to be involved in disputes, the like of these when such a problem torments the world. a problem as wide and deep as mankind. We are talking about the survival of the papacy, which implies the survival of Christianity itself. All mankind is involved, past, present, and future. The question, the true question, is to know where mankind comes from, what it desires, and where it is going. Is man the creature of God? And has God the Creator given to his creature an unchanging law in the midst of the transformations his free will is allowed? Has mankind been wrong to believe for 18 centuries that Jesus Christ is the living and eternal God? Has it been wrong to believe that this God established a priesthood, of which he is the sole, permanent, and infallible head in the person of the Pope, called for that reason the Vicar of Jesus Christ? Does mankind no longer believe this, as it once did? Does it abjure Jesus Christ, either explicitly by denying his divinity, or implicitly by declaring that his divinity was misled and misled the world, and that he did not institute the Church nor leave, under that name, anything more than a passing enterprise to which he made promises that would not last, and that the human mind now knows to have failed? Finally, when the Pope is cast down from his throne and confined to the sacristy, subject to a petty king who will himself be subject to his people and subject to his allies, when the Vicar of Jesus Christ, powerless vicar of a fallen God, has suffered these successive humiliations, and will no longer be able to make a spiritual decision that will not be disdained as a folly or punished as a crime against the state, and when the nations turn to scorn his majesty, which the police will treat with contempt, who then will be the religious leader of the world? And will mankind still have a God? And if mankind no longer has a God, or if it has all the gods that it could wish for, and will not fail to fabricate, what then will become of mankind? Such are not all the questions, but merely some of the groups of questions that the survival of the papacy contains in its gigantic embrace. And shall the faithful, in the shadow of this cosmic drama, take upon themselves to call into question the decisions of the Pope, by making up their own minds as to what their line of conduct shall be? Obedience alone can maintain us in the truth. In so doing, it places in our hands the fullness of life. Let us not cheat of its benefits, a mankind gone mad. Let us neither betray it nor corrupt it. While we are being put to the trial and chastised, let our word so give witness to the truth, that it cease not to beg God's pardon, the day of which it will hasten. The world is on its way to losing Christ, and with him all that he gave it. The revolution is squandering the royal heritage while it boasts of taking it over. Civilization is slipping toward tyranny, the contempt of man, and the sacrifice of the innocent, all accomplished in the name of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Let us rather uphold that liberty which proclaims that God alone is God, that we must adore only him and obey him alone, whatever tyrants his fury allows to pass over the face of the earth. Let us uphold that equality which teaches us to bow down our souls before neither power, nor talent, nor success, but before the justice of God alone. Let us uphold that fraternity, the true fraternity that only exists, that can only exist on this earth, if we uphold the fatherhood and the kingship of Christ.